and cooperates with the best companies in the world. We are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research, such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion. We deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion. We deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research, such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion. We deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research, such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to decarbonize 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion. We deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
Καλημέρα, ναι, πολύ καλά είσαι.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion, we deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research, such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο 10ο Greener Shipping Summit, το οποίο είναι το πρώτο digital φέτος. 9 χρόνια πριν, όταν στην αγορά υπήρχαν ελάχιστα τεχνικά συνέδρια, είχα μια ιδέα να κάνουμε το πρώτο Greener Shipping Summit ή μάλλον το πρώτο τεχνικό συνέδριο. Έτσι, είπα την ιδέα μου στο Σταύρο Κατζηριγόρη, ο οποίος συμφώνησε και βοήθησε πάρα πολύ στην πραγματοποίηση αυτών των συνεδρίων. Το πρώτο συνέδριο έγινε την άνοιξη του 2011 και ήταν το Shipbuilding Conference υπό την αιγίδα της Μαρτέκμα. Το φθινόπωρο του 2011 έγινε το πρώτο Greener Shipping Summit. Έτσι φέτος γιορτάζουμε το 10ο Greener Shipping Summit. Η επιτυχία του συνεδρίου ήταν τεράστια. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τον David Glass, τη Σοφία Μπακούλα, τον Τάκη Νικολακόπουλο και όλους όσοι συνέβαλαν στην επιτυχία αυτού του συνεδρίου, όπως είναι ο Πάνος Κουρκουντής, ο Τάκης Κουτρής και όλα τα μέλη της Μαρτέκμα που βοήθησαν στην επιτυχία αυτού του συνεδρίου. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους που παρακολουθείτε το συνέδριο σήμερα από τα γραφεία σας και ελπίζω αυτό το συνέδριο να μας δώσει σε όλους τροφή για σκέψη και ανταλλαγή απόψεων. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Good morning to you all from Piraeus, the home of Greek shipping, one of the world's major shipping clusters, and the home of the world's biggest group of shipowners. This is the 10th Greener Shipping Summit organised by Newsfront Naftalioki, and for a number of reasons it is the most exciting. Being a live virtual event just underlines how quickly life changes. 2020 was always going to be a challenging year for the shipping industry, as we entered a new environmental era and started the journey EMO has planned for us. The year got off to a reasonable start as shipping people began adapting to the new reality. But no sooner were we underway than a new reality was upon us, that of the COVID pandemic. It quickly demonstrated no matter how much planning we engage in, there is never a reality. Indeed, 2020 is proving to be one of the most important years for the maritime industry. Now we are near the end of 2020, and the Greener Shipping Summit provides the ideal platform to review ongoing issues and discuss what the future of Greek shipping is. Irrespective of what we think regarding the industry's efforts to make shipping ever more safer and environmentally friendly, the industry is moving into one of the most challenging phases ever. Only with access to top quality information can shipping people keep up to date with the ongoing developments in a constantly changing industry. Further, the information has to be practical. As I said, this is the 10th Greener Shipping Summit, but it is the 15th summit Naftaliki Newsfront has organised under the auspices of Greece's Marine Technical Managers Association, MARTECMA. As we all know, MARTECMA is an association which gathers under its umbrella some of shipping's most innovative and practical minds from both a technical and managerial point of view. And as usual, MARTECMA has been the guiding light in putting together today's program. Indeed, Stavros Hadjigregoris, MARTECMA's current chairman, has had a hand in making all 15 summits work. As I said, this is the 10th Greener Shipping Summit, which means we have both been looking for greener shipping for some time. So have others, and they are the ones that make up the strong group of sponsors and supporters we have today. Indeed, they are the backbone of these events, and without them the event would not be possible. This time they are ABB, ABS, DNVGL, Lloyd's Register, RENA and Ocean King. And thanks to XRTC Business Consultants for providing the Actemioli's view. Now, as you can see from the program, we have a strong lineup of speakers. Some will be presenting their address from abroad, some from their offices, and some from their homes. We are honoured to have, as the summit's keynote speaker, European Parliament MP Maria Spyraki, the European Parliament's Vice Chair on European-China relations, and who is also a member of key committees dealing with industry, research, energy and development. Indeed, she embraces the depth of the presenters today, who between them cover all aspects of this industry, which is so vital to the world's well-being. As you will see from the program, we have a tight schedule over the next 5 hours. And before handing over to the summit chairman, I want to again welcome you all from wherever you may be tuned in. I hope that by the end of the day, you will be in a better position to embark on the long journey beyond the turmoil of 2020 to 2025, 2030 and 2050. Again, Naftaliki Newsfront and MARTECMA welcome you. Panos, let's get the day's virtual live summit underway.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I wish to welcome you to the Greener Shipping Summit organized by News from Naftaliki. Thank you for attending today. It will be nice to be all together like the previous years, but at least digitalization is helping us to communicate and to stay interconnected and exchange opinions. I believe that it will be one of the most interesting Greener Shipping Summits. We have restrictions due to the pandemic, and we are learning to operate the ships having our arms and legs tied, while there are geopolitical developments, trade wars, and a number of new regulations that may change the way ships will be operated in the future. I am pleased to say that we have strong panels with experts and leaders of our industry that will discuss and analyze the critical uncertainties of our time. We will have 3 sessions. The first session is Ship Owner's Voice. The second session is on new technology. and the third is on energy efficiency. The panelists will speak for 10 to 15 minutes, and the sessions will be followed by 20 minutes discussions, questions and answers. I believe that that will be the most interesting part. You can send your questions using the chat function that is on the side of your screen. And you can also write to whom you wish to send this specific question. Side of your screen, this function. So between the sessions, we will have a 10 minutes break. And of course, our keynote speaker, Ms. Maria Spyraki, she is a very known journalist, political reporter, and analyst. Now she's a member of European Parliament with the New Democracy Party and the European People's Party. I believe that she will give us an insight. Good morning, Ms. Spyraki.
Good morning from Brussels. Good morning to everyone.
I think that you will give us a perspective of how the EU views shipping and what we should expect from EU and what EU is expecting from shipping.
Indeed, and thank you very much for inviting me in this high-profile summit. It is an honor to provide
your
you
floor is yours.
Thank you once again. It is an honor to provide you the latest development in the European Union concerning the maritime sector, an industry which is under global competition, and in this regard, as a member of the European Parliament, my main concern is on how could we establish a global level playing field. First, it is necessary to limit and regulate maritime transport emissions, and not only CO2 emissions, but also emissions from sulfur, methane, nitrogen oxide, particulates need to be regulated. A clear roadmap should be prepared at EU level and sets out specific measures to limit emissions from the maritime sector. It is important, in my view, to show that the European level is essential in leveraging actions for greening the sector, which is often considered to be solely an international domain. As you can understand, energy is a key issue. The issue of renewable energy fuels needs to be much more attractive. Therefore, the position adopted by the European Parliament on the MRV regulation at September 2020 plenary of the European Parliament, which supported the full inclusion of the maritime sector in the European Emissions Trade System, well known as ETS, by January 1st, 2022, should be respected. While fuel regulation is essential, it also needs to be combined with measures to reduce emissions from ships. In this regard, it is very important to include in the forthcoming Commission's proposal on Fuel EU a twin emission reduction target that takes into account fuels and also the efficiency of them. As regards of the Fuel EU maritime proposal, it should be technology neutral and goal-based. It should not incentivize specific fuels and should be aligned with IMO decarbonization objectives. It is very important in order to have a global level playing field, and I insist on this. Decarbonization of the shipping sector must firstly be an international effort. As such, regional regulatory measures risk moving the goalpost, which is challenging for a sector that operates internationally like maritime sector. This would be the case if additional EU requirements for shipping navigation, such as performance requirements based on carbon intensity of energy used, were introduced. The Commission should restore fair competition rules by adding the polluter pays principle to maritime transport and promoting the use of renewable energy alternative fuels in the maritime sector. As you are all very familiar, in the maritime sector, the ship owner is always the same as the person or the entity commercially operating the ship. Therefore, the polluter pays principle should apply to the party responsible for the commercial operation of the ship. This is the commercial entity that pays for the fuel that the ships consume, such as the ship owner, the manager, the time charterer, or the barboat. This was a proposal of paramount importance for the Greek shipping, I suppose, adapted in the final text of MRV regulation at the European Parliament, and it was an amendment initiated by my office and co-signed by senior and influential German colleagues like Peter Liese, who is the coordinator in the ENVI committee. In addition, it is the entire ship life cycle which needs to be reviewed, from design to dismantling. In that, the Commission must set up the roadmap for a European ship dismantling industry and put a stop sending this ultra-polluting activity to third countries. New measures, as well as incentives, introduced to green the European shipbuilding industry, supporting the transition to a circular economy model that takes into account the entire life cycle of ships. We must underline the importance of supporting and developing sustainable solutions for dismantling vessels within the EU and the role of EU in promoting best practices internationally. In this regard, ship recycling facilities from the main recycling states, and especially from India, are still not included in the EU list, despite their strong quality improvements over the last years. For example, the EU market should fully endorse the EU-India Joint Declaration on Resource Efficiency and Circular Economy and the cooperation on ship recycling. Upgrading the port infrastructure is also of paramount importance. Reducing the impact of maritime sector on air quality and citizens' health also requires lower emission in ports and coastal areas. Therefore, the Commission should promote the cold ironing of ships at berth or the use of any other renewable energy in order to meet the target of zero emissions at berth and to produce a strategy on zero emission ports. In this regard, we should encourage cooperation between all stakeholders in order to develop an overall policy for the decarbonization of ports and coastal areas. The role of ports and fuel suppliers is crucial in developing lower carbon fuels and the necessary infrastructure. We should also highlight the potential of the European Maritime Safety Agency with its SafeSeaNet satellite system in monitoring illegal discharges and fuel residues at sea and implementing the proper regulation. The 75th session of the International Maritime Organization Environment Protection Committee, so-called MEPSI 75, which will take place in the period of 16 to 20 of November this year, includes numerous items on the agenda which are of high interest for us as co-legislator in the ENVI committee, as the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, the energy efficiency of ships, air pollution, prevent marine plastic litter from ships. It is particularly important for us in the ENVI committee to observe the progress made since MEPSI 72, when the initial IMO strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships was adopted, and especially the follow-up action to the strategy, like the short-term energy efficiency measures. In this regard, the Commissioner for Transport, Adina Vălean, was invited last week to the ENVI committee at the European Parliament. Mrs. Vălean was a former colleague, in order to brief us on the most recent developments at IMO level, especially in view of the upcoming MEPSI 75 conference. The Commissioner gave us some interesting information I would like to provide concerning the potential of investment on clean energy maritime infrastructure at EU level. She was also provide clarification regarding the research under the Horizon Europe and the Waterborne Partnership. She has informed us that the Waterborne Partnership has allocated 500,000 million. For the retrofitting, the support can be granted through the taxonomy to drive green investments, the InvestEU facility money, and possibly the Resilience and Recovery Facility, if Member States will choose to have this as a priority in their reform plans. So it is important to start discussing with the government the potential that the Recovery and Resilience Facility has in order to provide support to the retrofitting of shipping. The fleet renewal can also be addressed through the Recovery and Resilience Facility if member states can pledge towards their plans and would like to give a priority to this. So everything is in your hands, and of course it is in the government's hands in order to support the shipping sector with concrete measures for upgrading the efficiency of the ships. The digitalization of the maritime sector, ports and ships must contribute to the reduction of the sector emissions, in particular through increased exchanges of up-to-date and verified data and better cooperation between stakeholders in the sector. Climate change and decarbonization is a great challenge for the maritime sector. The Commission should provide support under its funding, European funding programs, in particular the Horizon Europe programs, for research and deployment of clean technologies and fuels. We don't have enough, we don't have in reality alternative fuels to discuss on the regulation of this. We should consider the potential of electricity exclusively from additional renewable sources like hydrogen, mostly green, and ammonia. In this regard, ports are natural hubs for the production, distribution, and transport of renewable energy fuels. New projects should develop aimed at decarbonizing maritime transport and reducing polluting emissions, could be eligible under also the cohesion policy and through the European Structural and Investment Fund, as well as the Connecting Europe facility. I would like once again to thank you for the invite, and I would like to conclude with this. Green Deal is a huge opportunity in order to transform our economy, the European economy. It is important to use all the available sources for having a sustainable and competitive economy. Maritime is an industry of paramount importance for the EU and Greece as well. We can work together, taking into consideration that Europe is not the only global actor, must remain competitive and also must become a global leader in new technology at all levels in order to tackle climate change. Once again, thank you very much for the invite.
I wish to thank Ms. Spyraki. Thank you very much. I'm sure that your speech will stimulate discussions during the sessions. I don't know if you will be here with us and you will follow the following sessions. In the first session, we have ship owners' voice. Is Mr. Platsidakis, who will be the moderator. I think that it will be very interesting. Mr. Platsidakis has a long career in shipping. He has many years as a chairman of Feeder Cargo, and now he is the honorary chairman of Feeder Cargo. Any comments, Mr. Platsidakis? Would you like to ask something since we have still here with us Ms. Spyraki, or you go directly on with your panel?
Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much, dear Pano, and thank you very much for the invitation. Many thanks to the organizers of this very interesting conference, Natasha Vassilaki, David Glass, and all the other distinguished members of the team of Newsfront. Ms. Spyraki, thank you very much for the presentation. It's good to hear the voice of the European Commission and the European Parliament. We do expect a lot from your side, and we all feel that there is a lot to be done. Among other things, is a better understanding of what shipping is about and how valuable the shipping industry is for the well-being of the European citizens. There is more to say, but I don't want to take the time discussing about the European Union policy.
I believe that maybe in your panel they're going to have also some other comments, because one of the subjects is also the new European regulations and what we are expecting to see in the near future. So I will leave the floor to Mr. Platsidakis. Thank you very much, Ms. Spyraki. So, Mr. Platsidakis, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you once again. Thank you very much. And my assistants and myself, we are at your disposal in order to have further input on the legislation concerning your sector. Once again, thank you very much. Good morning from Brussels.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic today, what is the future of Greek shipping? I think it is very regrettable that the Delphi Oracle closed shop sometime at the end of the 7th century AD. Nevertheless, I think that all the panelists today, very distinguished members of the shipping community, will be able to substitute the role of the Delphi Oracle and tell us what the future is about. I'm very pleased to say that in this first session of this conference, it is the ship owner's view and voice, and it will be expressed by 5 members of the shipping community, very distinguished members of this community, colleagues of mine, and above all, very dear friends. I would like to start by presenting the first panelist and speaker, which is Dimitris Afalios. Dimitris is a naval architect. He is a president and chairman of Afalios Shipping, a bulker management company, chairman of Intercargo, member of the board of Union of Greek Ship Owners, and various other shipping associations. So, Dimitri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
John, thank you. I don't know if my presentation is coming up. I can't seem to see it on my screen, but I'll try to start then without the presentation. John, thank you. Esteemed and honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to Naftiliaki and all good wishes for a successful event. The greening of the Greek bulk carrier fleet is as long as the Iliad and the Odyssey, and I would like to start the presentation with a personal story. Many years ago, my father laid out a general arrangement of a new building bulk carrier on our dining room table. As an inquisitive child, I knelt on one of the chairs and pointed to the bow, which seemed to have a strange shape. In his calm manner, my father explained that our company had requested a bulbous bow for the ships. He went on to explain that tank tests were carried out and by the shipyard, which showed fuel savings, especially in the ballast condition. Ladies and gentlemen, the year was 1969. The next slide, please. Thank you. Greek-controlled bulker fleet grew steadily from the late 60s, increasing to about 2,500 a day of about 49 million deadweight. The world bulk carrier fleet currently at about 12,000, which confirms over 20% of the world fleet. Initially, in the 70s, the fleet was mostly built at European and Japanese shipyards. The 80s saw the emergence of South Korea as a significant builder, whilst the European yards sadly lost their market. From the China to build bulk carriers and really increased production from about 2000 onward. In the earlier years, a plethora of shipyards in Europe and Japan produced a large number of designs. The goal was reasonable, but Greece still tried to build fuel-efficient bulkers, which are to supply. The early stages of Korean and Chinese bulker shipbuilding tools, well supervised by their Greek owners, with a lower emphasis on fuel efficiency. From 2003 onwards, China became an even player in bulker new building, and such was the deals that again fuel efficiency was not the priority. Japan and China, bulkers were built in large series, with the Japanese designs leading in tank testing, hull form optimization, efficiency. Around 2008, greenhouse gas reduction became a top priority at IMO, and a worldwide standard for new bulk carrier fuel efficiency, the Energy Efficiency Design Index, was developed in 2000. This practically came into vessels built in 2000 onwards. Effectively, though, it was only from 2014 that bulkers were EEDI standards in significant numbers. Slide, please. We can see from the slide that the number of bulkers from 2014 onwards in the fleet. Many vessels, new buildings by their owners, whereas some as resale. Today, 566 vessels built 2014 onwards in the Greek bulker fleet, out of a total of about 2,544 vessels. Around 22% therefore is of modern, fuel-efficient or green design. The future looks bright though, with more EEDI bulk joining the fleet week by week, whilst older vessels are sold or scrapped. Next slide, please. And the next one, please. Greek bulker owners have not been sitting still. Many have embraced available retrofit technologies. The first one of these for existing vessels, the Mewis duct. According to the designer, about 136 of these wake improvement devices have been retrofitted to Greek bulkers so far. Can we have the next few slides, please? Thank you. Stop there. Thank you. The Schneekluth duct, where a smaller number of these have been fitted. Next slide, please. The Mitsui Propeller Boss Cap Fin, or PBCF, has found a home on about 66 Greek bulk carriers to date and has brought about fuel efficiency improvements. Greek bulk carrier owners have embraced available retrofit technologies to make their vessels more fuel efficient and greener with regards to greenhouse gas emissions. IMO's EEDI started with phase 1, and there are currently Japanese bulk carrier designs offered with phase 3 compliance. This has been achieved through design optimization, hull, propeller, main engine, and detail design. And the next few slides will outline some of the technologies as well as some of the alternative fuels that will allow the Greek bulker fleet to become greener. Next few slides, please. Please carry on. Please carry on. Thank you. Can you stop there? Thank you. The Tsuneishi Aeroline. So far, this has been offered in 58 and 64,000 deadweight designs. It incorporates many fuel efficiency features to improve greenhouse gas performance. Can we go on to the next slides, please? Thank you. Stop there, please. Anemi and the Blue Planet shipping motor vessel Afros. This innovative Ultramax is equipped with 4 Flettner rotors. Currently undergoing testing and calibration, the greenhouse gas reduction potential under certain wind conditions is indeed promising. Next slide, please. Thank you. Can you stop there? The LNG-fueled Kamsarmax. This is a fully developed design for a dual-fuel 80,000 deadweight plus bulker proposed by Forward Ships. In the LNG mode, we can see potential savings in CO2, NOx, SOx, and particulate matter emissions as shown on the slide. The extra capital costs necessary are currently holding up the design from becoming reality. However, a recent order by Singapore-based owners for 5 dual-fuel Newcastle show that the idea has merit, especially for non-tramping dry bulk trades. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most encouraging drop-in solution for the Greek bulker fleet are sustainable biofuels, with a significant lowering of CO2 output, as well as SOx, NOx, and particulates. These fuels, either blended LSFO or used by themselves, show the most encouraging way to green the Greek bulk carrier fleet further. Next slide, please. It is hoped that with increased availability and competitive pricing, these rules show great promise for the substantial number of existing Greek bulk carriers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Very interesting presentation, and certainly a very interesting layout of how technology has evolved over the years, and possibly of what is to be expected in the future. And I think this enhancement, although it's not, my opinion, as strong as it is in other sectors of our society in dry bulk fleet, nevertheless, what you said, there are many hidden improvements for the better efficiency of the vessels. Thank you once again. The next speaker is Vasilis Bakolitsas. Vasilis is an economist by education, director of Sea Pioneer Shipping Corporation, a tanker company. And he's the panelist, he's the chairman of the Hellenic and Mediterranean panel of Intertanko. Vasily, the floor is yours, and thank you for being an economist, because I was feeling very much alone among naval architects and engineers.
Thank you, Yanni, and good morning to everybody. I had in mind of giving a short historical review, but Mr. Fafalios has probably covered me with most of what he said with regards to the Greek shipping fleet and how it has evolved in a greener way in the past few decades, and it still does so today. So before going into my presentation, I would just like to make two general comments. The first comment is that I strongly believe that the industry as a whole, and I'm not referring to the ship owners or the ship managers per se, the shipping industry as a whole has done very little to improve its its green credentials. But that has to do primarily with the designers of the ships, the builders of the ships, the designers and the builders of the main engines and the auxiliary engines, etc., etc. Apart from that, I would like to also say that going forward to the presentation, that we will see the global characteristics and the global statistics with regards to the tanker fleet on order and on the water, but we will see that most of the ships that we are referring as greener ships are dual fuel ships. I believe that dual fuel is definitely a step forward in the right direction, but it doesn't get us to where we want to be. So I would just like to point that out, because Mr. Fafalios also, prior to my presentation, mentioned the LNG Kamsarmax, for example, but that's a dual fuel. So yes, it is a step in the right direction, but there's still much more to be done if we are to reach the target of zero emissions in 2050. So let's go to slide 1, please. So what we're going to see here is obviously the existing crude and product and chemical tanker order book by type of ship and by country of build. Obviously, Korea and Japan are leading in both the crude and the product sector. We can then move on to the next slide, please. And we can see the same order book. We've just sliced it down by terms of the class society. The two leading societies worldwide are Lloyd's Register and the NVGL. And let's now move on to the most important slide so far, which is slide number 4. And we can see here the uptake of alternative fuels. By alternative fuels, we mean dual fuel, LNG only, methanol, and a few other alternative fuels which are considered greener fuels. I need to stress again the important distinction between dual fuel ships and LNG only ships. A dual fuel ship will use LNG or its alternative fuel, its greener fuel, for a part of its journey, or for possibly just operation within a specific area, whether that's a SECA or an ECA area, but it will not use the cleaner fuel for its entire journey. I would also like to state here that most of the shipyards in Korea and in Japan have still not developed appropriate designs that will enable a ship to carry the greener fuel for its entire life. So what happens with most of the designs, we see these large tanks being placed on deck. The deck is strengthened during the construction of the ship. And then we have these two small tanks with a few hundred, let's say, cubic meters, which can be used for 10, 15, or let's say 20 days of passage. And that's what I was referring to before when I said that the dual fuel ships are actually a half measure, they're not the full solution. If we look at the uptake of alternative fuels for the crude oil tankers in this slide, we will see that there are 55 of the larger ships that are built actually with LNG, and there's a very small percentage, possibly, or small number actually, possibly around 5 or 6 ships which are being with LNG ready technology. If we move on to the next slide, we've sliced the LNG-fueled crude tanker sector in a number of interesting parameters. So we will see that out of the total, what's that? It's 55 crude oil tankers on order. We can see that 43 are conventional fuel ships and only 12 use LNG. If we look now at the gas engine concept that most of these ships use, we will see that 78% are using dual fuel because that's the most available design today, and that's what the shipyards are pushing to the owners. And there's only 22% of that entire order book that is using a different type of engine propulsion system. If you also want to go and see the market share, you can see Wärtsilä, MAN, and WinGD. WinGD is currently the leader globally in the main engine manufacturer sector. And in terms of the geography of where these ships are trading, most of them trade on a global level, and a smaller percentage trade regionally in Europe. We can move on to the next slide, please. Going back to the issue, to the notion of dual fuel versus single clean fuel, as you see on the top right side there, most of the double fuel ships are shuttle tankers, Aframax size. They're built for North Sea operation, or we all know the sensitivity of the region and the sensitivity of the countries in that region with respect to cleaner fuels. Being shuttle tankers, they're able to go back and forth between specific ports and SBMs or offshore fields, and that enables them in these short distances to use only cleaner fuels versus a combination of conventional fuels, LSFO or VLSFO, and LNG. Let's go to the next page, please. To the next. This is a very interesting design. This is the shuttle tanker I was referring to before, where LNG is the primary fuel. One can see clearly the two blue on deck gas containers, the LNG containers, which are being used as the primary fuel for these shuttle tankers. As I said before, it's the primary fuel, it's not the sole fuel. I'm making that distinction once again. We can move on to the next, and we're now going to the chemical and product tanker sector, which is something that I'm more familiar with. So again, here we see that what is considered a cleaner fuel or a cleaner system is the scrubber. So the biggest percentage of the alternative fuel and technology used for chemical product tankers is the scrubber technology, which is the case obviously much more with the larger ships, VLCC, Suezmaxes, and Aframaxes. It is interesting to see here that very few ships have elected, and very few owners have elected to build ships with LNG only. As I said before, the availability of designs is not there. So it's rather difficult for an owner or an operator to order such a ship when the only availability today is for ships that will have a couple of tanks on deck and will allow them to use that fuel for a short period of time rather than an entire voyage. We can move on to the next slide, please. The interesting thing that I would like to point out in this slide is if you look at the area of operation in the middle top graph there, you see that the biggest majority of product tankers / chemical tankers are operating in Europe. That has to do obviously with the fact that we are much more sensitive as European nations to the cleaner fuels. It's a matter of European Union policy. It's also a matter of local national policy and the existence of SICA and ICA areas. Dual fuel, again, here is the main engine concept versus LNG only or methanol only options. We will come to the methanol option in a while because that is a very interesting option which has unfortunately not been widely promoted or used. We can move on to the next slide, please. This is a very specific, I just want you to focus on what is written on the right, that the majority of the vessels are small tankers in the Nordic market, confirming what just I said before about the sensitivity of our North European counterparts with regards to the type of fuels that the ships are using. The same goes also for road transportation in these countries, where traditional, carbon fuels are being eliminated. We can move on to the last slide, which is the interesting slide, and I'd like to say a few things about these. These are MR tankers. It's something that we know rather well. These are tankers that have been built to burn methanol. Methanol is a very, very clean fuel. The CO2 emissions, are really non-existent, I would say. And the NOx emissions are reduced substantially by 30% and 95% reduction we have in the SOx emissions. These ships in particular are built to carry methanol, so they are methanol carriers. They have the nitrogen generators on board, which are used to provide the nitrogen blanket once the methanol cargo has been loaded. And according to the statistics from the various brokers and the various experts in the methanol sector, this business is poised to grow substantially in the coming years. And I would not be surprised if we did see methanol becoming a second alternative propulsion fuel, greener fuel, after LNG. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasily. Very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. The third panelist is Panos Laskaridis, a naval architect, a very outspoken member of our shipping community. Panos has always expressed very clearly the way he thinks and evaluates things. He has been chairman of the European Community Shipowners Association, board member of the Union of Greek Shipowners, and also member of various other shipping associations. He's the CEO of Laskaridis Shipping Company and Lavinia Corporation. Pano, the floor is yours.
Yanni, thank you very much. Good day, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to speak in such a distinguished panel. Now, Yanni, I take your words as a compliment rather than a criticism. And I propose to speak very briefly about what is happening in Europe and what are the European policies in shipping in broad terms, and also what are the challenges these policies are facing today. I must confess, almost everything I know about the subject comes from my time, from the time I've spent over 2 years as ex vice president, then as its president for 2 years, and now again as its vice president for another 2 years. During this time, I have come to realize how different things in shipping policies and shipping in general are viewed in Europe compared to the way we here in Greece, in the Greek shipping and ship owning community, view matters. The main distinction, I must say, is that we tend to think of shipping as being ship owning only, namely our own business, rather than the broader cluster business, which is much more powerful and extended in Europe than is ship owning alone. The European policies in shipping fall mainly under the Directorate of Transport, which is responsible for overviewing its activities and also set up its regulations, with a strong influence from the European Parliament, which I must say most of the time are far too drastic and aggressive. And lastly, we have, as the last member of the trialogue, as we call it, the Council of the Ministers, which will ultimately decide based on the initiation of policies by the Parliament, perhaps, or the Commission. Now, these policies have developed over time. They have, broadly speaking, remained the same, but they have changed in tone and in importance and in urgency. Therefore, though the main chapters of these policies remain the same, the attention and the frictions and the problems, both in Europe as well as worldwide, because clearly every European shipping policy impinges upon the world shipping policy, is changing. And today we have one particular area which is more important, and tomorrow we will have another one. But again, very broadly speaking, the first and most important challenge, as seen from the side of shipping in European policies, is this big difference between regional and international regulations. Shipping is not tiring to speak always about the regulations in shipping having to be international, since shipping is an international business. Unfortunately, Europe does not view things in the same way. It's not only Europe alone which does not see things in the same way. You have in the United States regional regulations, remember OPA and so on, and in other areas. Shipping strongly opposes this, because if, God forbid, we come to a point where every region on earth has its own regulations about pollution, about safety, about security, and about all sorts of other things, then trading in the normal way as we know it will become impossible. And therefore, we are strongly coming down in favor of international regulations approved and regulated by the IMO. Just to give you a few examples of these difficulties, we have in Europe the MRV systems, of course, in operation since some time. We was hoping that Europe will agree to align the MRV system with the IMO proposed data collection system. This does not seem to be the case, or it does not seem to be fully accepted by the Europeans, who demand a stricter and more detailed reporting. Therefore, there is currently the disagreement on this particular area between Europe and the IMO. Perhaps the biggest example, current example of this is the current discussion on what is the most important issue being discussed today in Europe and in the world, especially also in Europe in shipping, which is the environmental debate, the environmental agenda, and which right now centers around a big discussion whether shipping internationally, but in Europe certainly, should come under the ambit of the ETS, the Emission Trading Scheme, a proposal on which shipping says, well, only over our dead body. And indeed, shipping considers this regulation as a pure political tool and as a pure tax money collection tool. I won't tire you with the endless arguments why the ETS system is not suitable for shipping. It may be suitable for some liner or short distances shipping, but certainly not for the deep water fleet. And therefore, this is now an item, a hot item, which is in strong discussion. Leaving that aside, there are a few other things where Europe puts its own rules. It has to do with the scrapping of ships. Europe has its own views, its own regulations, while at the same time we have the Hong Kong Convention ready to be ratified, and some other examples. So this first circle is the first big area which combines the regional versus international regulations together with the environmental debate. The second very important policy, which is facing daily challenges, is the discussion about the competitiveness of the European fleet. We know that there are other shipping centers outside Europe, such as in Dubai, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in Shanghai, in Vancouver, which offer better and more promising conditions to people like us going there and setting up camp. And it is true that over the last 10 years, out of 100 ships being entered into the world fleet, only 1/3 of them has been under European control, let's say in inverted commas. The other 2/3 have gone to these offshore centers, and thus the growth of the European fleet is much less than the growth of the world's fleet. Several important issues to remember there: state aid guidelines. There are some who, unfortunately, they are outside shipping, but there are some in politics, in the Commission and elsewhere, who would like to do away with them. Luckily, for the moment, the Commission and, of course, the governments are very much against them, and indeed the state aid guidelines are one of the main, if not the main, tool to safeguard competitiveness of the European fleet. Clearly, Greeks stand firmly on the side of keeping and even improving the state aid guidelines. The third large issue in Europe, which may not appear as important and as strong as it might appear to us Greeks, is what we call the social agenda. There are large parts of European shipping, mostly in the North Europe, and short sea shipping in the Baltic, in the Channel traffic, and so on, which very much depends on having competent European seafarers. So this whole discussion is, what do we do about our seafarers? How do we treat them? How do we educate them? How we will re-educate them when time comes for them to step off the ships and hopefully enter our offices and become very useful and very valuable partners in running our shipping businesses. There is, of course, a stronger unionism in Europe than perhaps in other areas. So this discussion is very much alive, although perhaps not appearing that important for us with our majority of foreign flags, but it continues to be a pillar of European policy, the social agenda. The next item, which is extremely important, though rather on the back burner right now, is what we call the European single window. This is an extremely challenging concept, and some work has been done on it. And basically, the whole background of this idea is that we should try and do away with a myriad of regulations which start from when the cargo is put on board the ship, then during the voyage, arrival time, custom clearance, storage, and onward forwarding. Each of these steps in the transport chain has its own regulation and its own documentation. And clearly, each country has again its own version of all of this. The idea would be to streamline this whole procedure and this whole documentation so that there is much less work to be done, there is much less bureaucracy, there is much less work for the ships and the captain, and hopefully this will one day lead to a much more efficient transport chain. There has been some work done there. There is a European directive called the Directive for More Efficient Regulation, but still a lot remains to be done. So, going back to the beginning, the main challenge today is how do we ensure that regulations for shipping are only made at the IMO and not in other places? And B, how do we deal with the very important climate discussion? Climate discussion, the position of shipping has been quite clear all these years. It is simply that whilst we are responsible only for a tiny percentage of 2-point-something% of the world's emissions in greenhouse gases, we understand our responsibility and we are ready and will contribute, but we will contribute fairly and equitably, not more and not less. And clearly the discussion is developing, the regulations are developing. I'm sure most of you have heard of the recent very intense discussions at the IMO, and we will wait to see what will come out of this. And we hope that IMO will more clearly define and showcase the measures that need to be taken to achieve the targets for 2030. Of course, other people and other regulators and the environmental lobby tend to project much further into the future, 2050. And although there are also limits from the IMO or targets from the IMO for 2050, we see that more and more aggressive and let's say difficult targets are set. Now, this is very roughly in the very short outline, Mr. Chairman, what I propose to do, but I will be happy to take any questions later. Thank you very much.
Panos, thank you very much. Very interesting, very thoughtful presentation of where the European Union, the European Commission stands vis-à-vis the world shipping. It's, I think it's regrettable, and we all agree on this, that despite the heavy weight of the European Union in world trade, it has not managed to play a leading role for the development of a global maritime policy. And instead, I think that it is reacting more instinctively and without practical and deep understanding of where shipping operates. There is a lot to be done, and hopefully at one stage we will manage and achieve to give them a better understanding of the role of world shipping for the welfare of the citizens of the European Union. The next speaker is Stavros Hatzigrigouris, chairman of Martekma, and for years the strong supporter of this Greener Shipping Summit. Stavros is a naval architect by education, ex-colleague of mine at Angelikousis Group, being the managing director of Maran Tankers and Maran Gas, and a very strong voice on the technical matters. Stavros, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yanni. Can I have my presentation on the screen, please? And next, this is only the agenda. I will not, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I thank the previous speakers who covered a lot of issues that are very important for Greek shipping. I will only talk about the difficulties that Greek ship management is faced with today. I don't know, You can see a stamp there that was issued in 1969, which is more than 50 years ago, and shows how resilient the Greek shipping has been over a very long period. And of course, I'm not talking about the 19th or the early 20th century. What, in my view, is a bit disturbing is that for the past 2 years, we have seen a reduction in the number of Greek control vessels. The information that I have got was from the Greek Shipping Cooperation Committee in London, and they have used, I believe, the fair play information. The other worrying issue about Greek ship management, and I mean it, Greek ship management, is the fact that we have seen a trend over the past 4 or 5 years of Greek ship owners allocating the management of their ships to third-party managers. The estimation that I have for these, let's say, third-party managed vessel is about 250, but it was only recently that these ships they got more than 40 vessels from one of the Greek container operators. Next slide, please. You can see there what I just said about the reduction in number of ships from a peak in 2018 of 4,148 ships. 2019, the numbers are for 2019, the number has gone down to 3,968 vessels. There is another issue, next slide, concerning the flag of the ships. And if you can go to the next slide, which is exactly the same information, you can see there how the Greek flag has declined to a number of a little above 600, and the decline, from what I understand, is continuing. And you can also see how other flags, basically Liberia and Marshall Islands, the number of ships registered in Liberia and Marshall Islands is going up. The ship managers today are faced with a number of technology issues. Everybody was saying, and not the ship owners, I'm talking about basically technical institutions like classification societies and like and engine makers. They were saying that the transition to the 2020 fuel oil was a piece of cake. We are now 11 months from the implementation day, and we still see problems that were supposed to be solved beforehand. We see scuffing, we see stoppages, we see the lube oil suppliers struggling to find cylinder oils that will be suitable for use with low sulfur fuel. We see special piston rings. We have to measure the piston rings. We have to do scavenging space inspection in every port. It's not an easy situation. We have a number of ship owners have selected to install scrubbers. There are many technical problems related to the scrubbers, associated with the scrubbers. There are control problems. There are problems with the leakages from the overboard pipes. And we have seen a number of ships that cannot go to full power because of increased back pressure on the main engine. One of the issues, additional issue, is that during the push of better efficiency, we see a number of new equipment being introduced, basically related to shore-based technology without tested sufficiently in the marine environment. Other technology issues. Everybody knows the problems with the ballast water treatment system. Everybody knows, and it has mentioned by the previous speaker, the need to reduce the greenhouse gases emitted from the vessels. We have 40 and 70% based on carbon intensity. And this was based on the 2008 IMO guidelines up to now. But recently, what has been discussed in the European Union is to base the reduction on the MRV information, and this will make things even worse. There is a reduction of new building orders, and I believe the main reasons for this is that the ship owners do not know what technology to select, and of course they know that their ships will live for 20 years, and they will have to compete in a harsh environment. Come up with meaningful proposals. I mean, to reduce to improve the hull efficiency is something that is being done, but there are limits in it. Mr. Fafalios talked about new fuels. New fuels can be hydrogen, can be biofuels, it can be ammonia. The research and development is far behind what we need to see. As I mentioned, there were problems with the 0.5% sulfur fuel oil. We should expect many more problems in case we have such novel fuels as hydrogen and ammonia. What I have heard about biofuel, which Mr. Bakolitsas mentioned, is that the capacity available at this moment to produce biofuels will not be able to cover the needs of the world fleet. We have seen, can you go to the next, and maybe after second next slide, please. And the other one. Next one. No, go back. Okay. As Mr. Laskaridis mentioned, shipping legislation should be formed in IMO. The problem that we see, I personally see, with what the Greek flag is doing in IMO is that we are always running to catch up with things. The Greek fleet is the biggest fleet in the world, and I think we should be more proactive in what is being discussed in IMO. Next slide, please. Crewing issues. In my view, if there is no Greek flag, there will be no Greek officers, and then there will be no ships managed fully out of Greece. We have the problem with the marine academies, which is related to the funds that the government can spend for education. And many of the big companies, they are setting up their own training centers, but we cannot substitute company offered training with good schools. The Greek officers, they pay 25% tax and pension fund from their salaries. All over Europe, from what I have seen, nobody who is staying out of his country more than 50% of the time has to pay such a high tax as the Greek officers do. And this, of course, is pushing owners to be employed under other flags and avoid to pay tax at all. One of the issues that we have seen, and of course I was working in an LNG company, I think it is the first time in history that Greek officers try to find employment in foreign companies, not Greek-owned and foreign-managed vessels, foreign companies. The life of the officers is becoming more difficult. They have to cope with digitalization, with more IT requirements, with, as I mentioned before, new systems like ballast water treatment, scrubbers, and a lot of other things. Quick promotions, as it has been recently decided to be applied, may not be of much help. We talk about soft skills, but we should not forget the basic seamanship and engineering knowledge that the ship officers should have. If we talk about the shore-based personnel, can you go to the next slide, please? The job ashore is becoming more demanding. There are new skills required. I talked about digitalization, transparency, and I have nothing against transparency. Transparency is becoming a must. We have shipping companies should introduce proper induction and mentoring procedures. What is good, in contrast to what I said before, I believe that we still have enough skilled personnel in Greece to manage the Greek management, to available for the Greek management companies. And of course, salaries in shipping are far better than salaries offered in the shore industry. Next slide. My conclusions, the prospects are not easy. I believe the core of the Greek shipping industry are companies between, say, 0 and 25 ships. These companies will face a difficult time. Bigger companies might survive in an easier way. What is good is that the population of the planet is increasing, and therefore we expect that the sea transportation needs will also increase. Will shipping continue to offer better returns than investing in the industrial or real estate or the new technology sectors? I have no idea, but I believe shipping is still a good sector to invest in. Talking about legislation and about IMO and about avoiding unilateral legislation, it was only about 2 weeks ago that the US government started discussing about implementing their own MRV. This will make things even more difficult. Am I optimistic about Greek shipping? Not 100%. I think we have to work harder, we have to work as a team, and we have to look in what are the needs for the future. We should not stay where we are at this moment. And I will agree with Mr. Fafalios, who said that Greeks have done a lot. We have installed MEVIS ducts, we have installed PBCFs. We care about the new buildings. We don't buy new buildings off the shelf. And I believe the image of Greek shipping has improved a lot. But we have to continue our effort and see what will happen. Thank you very much.
Stavros, thank you very much. Very interesting insight of how ships are managed and what should be the focus of the shipping companies. I think we will come back on this topic after the presentations. Ioanna Prokopiou, thank you very much for coming along. Ioanna is a naval architect. She's the managing director of Prominence Maritime SA. It's a bulker company, but also is a management member of the George Prokopiou Shipping Group. Ioanna is also a member of the board of the Union of Greek Shipowners and other shipping associations, and the vice chairwoman of North of England P&I Club. Ioanna, the floor is yours. You may have to switch on the microphone. Thank you. It's the one at the bottom of the screen. If you move the cursor down the screen in the middle, a window will open. No, not yet. I think if I may get involved at this stage, we're ahead of time, and I think it's very pleasant in the sense that we will have more time for questions and answers, and we have, I think, a number of topics to address related to the presentations and how the future will be for Greek shipping. One concern of mine is The fact that Greek shipping has been the largest shipping community and fleet in the world, I think it makes it very challenging of how we'll manage to retain this position in the future. Can we continue having the same model? Do we need to make adjustments? Should we make drastic adjustments? Can we make sure that we remain better than the other competitors of Greek shipping? I think the panelists will be able to address them. I don't know how Ioana is doing.
Can you hear me now?
All right, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. I wish I was a naval architect. Actually, I have a degree in electrical engineering, so not as distinguished as the rest of the panelists. But if you will allow me, listening to the interesting talks of our colleagues, I would like to make a few comments before proceeding with my presentation. When talking about alternative fuels, I think that we need to take a step back and evaluate if the suggested fuel is actually environmentally produced and approach it from a well-to-wake perspective. To be truly green, the new fuel must be produced by a zero-emission energy source. Methanol, for example, that was mentioned a little while ago, is predominantly produced from natural gas, which is a fossil fuel with debatable footprint. So it is important not just to evaluate the fuel once it is on board the vessel's tanks, but through a total life cycle analysis. If we don't approach it in this manner, we will be setting ourselves up for failure, as regulators will soon catch up to this and ship owners will be forced to either pay enormous fines on their or their vessels will become fastly obsolete. A couple more points. When evaluating alternative fuels, the energy content and the distribution network is also very important to evaluate. For example, green ammonia contains less than half the energy content and takes 4 times the volume compared to the 380 centistoke bunker fuel that we have at this moment. And this in turn means that you need to burn more than twice the amount of ammonia to get the same power output from your engine and need 4 times the size of your fuel tanks to carry it around. Now, in terms of infrastructure, it took about 40 years to develop some sort of distribution network for LNG bunkering, and still we don't have any bunkering stations in Africa and South America. So you can imagine how soon we can have a distribution network for a selection of possible alternative fuels. Finally, there is the issue of cost. For ammonia to work, the price has to be below half the price of LNG or diesel. And another example is an LNG propulsed vessel where we have seen a Kamsarmax cost about 10 million more than a conventional Kamsarmax burning the HFO. So given the recent market conditions, unless we all of the stakeholders sit on the table, including charters, shipyards, universities, regulators, and politicians, in order to find a feasible solution in terms of cost and environmental footprint. I'm going to mention yet again the benefits of operational measures such as power reduction, which is free and readily available until technology is able to catch up with the requirements that have been set up by regulators. Now, I will move on to my topic, which is how the pandemic has impacted shipping, what we have learned, and what changes are here to stay. Since the coronavirus became a global pandemic and most of the world has gone into lockdown, we have all had to adjust swiftly to new ways of living and working. Shipping has always been of remote nature, with our everyday business being short to ship. But physical presence and shore services are irreplaceable. During the pandemic, we have pushed remote monitoring to the limit. Non-essential tasks are being postponed, while attendances on board are conducted only when absolutely necessary. Our superintendents, due to boarding restrictions, often have to travel as crew on board and in many cases end up spending months at sea instead of being back at the office. In one instance, due to the difficulties of sending people to oversee dry docks in China, one technical superintendent spent 9 months and performed 8 consecutive dry docks. I have to say that when he came back, we had never seen him fitter. All joking aside, these are challenging times for many seafarers who keep the global supply chain moving while improving the living standards of the global population. At the moment, restrictions have left 400,000 seafarers stranded on board waiting to be relieved and 400,000 waiting to go on board. Those on the vessels have their physical and mental health put to the test, while those ashore are under financial stress, waiting for their chance to start earning wages again. Crew change has become an extremely difficult task, and while we're still trying to find a worldwide solution, it is not rare to encounter crew that has been on board for more than 15 or 16 months. During this pandemic, we are seeing crew changes being performed in places that were out of the question in the past due to their exorbitant costs, such as the Maldives and the elusive holiday destination of the island of Reunion, with enormous calling expenses and equally enormous flight prices. Ship deviation from the original route has become a routine. We have often performed complete crew change by deviating into Philippines and essentially delivering the crew back to their doorstep, or calling Japan, where the costs are disgraceful. We have seen complete lack of coordination between the states. Overnight refused to allow crew changes. In an instance, we had a ship deviating to Hong Kong in order to change its crew, and overnight the government decided that no more crew changes were to take place. With very limited flights in place, there were circumstances that we had to charter private planes in order to get the crew repatriated, and all of this having to be orchestrated to the minute, as in many places the ship wasn't allowed to depart the port until all of the changing crew was on board the flight that would take them home. It is a peculiar situation in which commercial decisions pertaining to the next employment of the vessel are often based on whether the ship will pass by a convenient port for a crew change rather than a trip that makes the most economical sense. As a result, operational and voyage expenses are soaring, and unfortunately ship owners end up facing the bill, as most charterers refuse to share the responsibility for delays and costs. These costs are amplified by deviating and calling in expensive ports and the off-hires due to quarantine periods at the next port, as well as the countless and expensive COVID tests being performed on the crew. Charterers who should have supported small deviations for humanitarian reasons are placing the ships off hire, aren't willing to collaborate, and are even refusing to include in their charter parties clauses that incorporate an equal sharing of such pandemic-related costs. In addition, ITF, who has been a vocal supporter for crew rights and welfare, has been totally absent during this humanitarian crisis, and so has the IMO. Luckily, due to the persistence and ingenuity of our crew department, out of the 920 active crew members on board our vessels, our dry vessels, we have managed to relieve 631 of them, an amount which is close to 70% and still counting. Let me share with you a situation our company was in where a stevedore infected several crew members with COVID, and the treatment we received was appalling. In spite of our pleas, several states refused medical assistance to the worried crew, who, as you know, are also considered key workers. Thankfully, the crew recovered on their own, but had they gotten worse, it was clear to us that these countries would have let them perish. Such an inhumane behavior, except from disgraceful, should be considered as a crime against fundamental human rights. Our industry should not tolerate these actions and react. Crew members are not criminals, and the world owes to respect them and provide them medical care and basic hospitality. 1 second, please. Moving on to digitalization. Shipping has been slow to adapt digital technologies, but what we are seeing now is a trend towards digitalization. Technology leads us to shift from simple, tedious tasks to more sophisticated, data-driven decision-making. I find that it is a very exciting time as we have embarked in this exploration, trying to test and incorporate several technological features into the way we monitor the vessels, into streamlining the way we operate, and by using data in managerial decision-making. COVID has made the need even greater and has accelerated this move. Closing with one of my favorite topics that has to do with human interaction. Since the pandemic started, we moved our laptops and monitors home, and we are following a hybrid schedule of both teleworking and physical presence in the office. After the initial excitement of working from home subsided, it became evident to me that separating workers is actually undermining collaboration, teamwork, and productivity. Humans are by nature social creatures, and by physically being in the same place, the primitive need of seeking contact with others is also served. Email or video conference hardly satisfies this need. There are significant psychological advantages in co-location and face-to-face meetings. In the workplace, we typically have more impromptu interactions and a stronger cultural connections, all of which make collaboration easier and move the business forward. Ad hoc discussions and impromptu meetings between employees around the water cooler can lead to surprising breakthroughs and innovative ideas. These types of discussions are less likely to take place among employees connected only by email or Skype. There are situations in which remote work is feasible and even preferable. There are benefits to not commuting and having the flexibility of working from home. But given the advantages of face-to-face collaboration and interaction, it should be used in balance. In addition, the role of school came into center stage. School is a form of childcare. Firstly, it is about education, but it is also a safe place for parents to send their children while they are at work. The fact became crystal clear as school was taken away, changing families' routines and leaving parents trying to cope with the impossible task of educating and taking care of their kids while concurrently working from home. But what this crisis has showed us is that humans are resilient and ever innovating, responding to rapidly changing environments with creative and original approaches. That's how our species not only survives but thrives. We know that every single person has been impacted in some way by this pandemic. While we may live very different lives, we have been struggling through a very common human experience. Social distancing has been difficult as a way of life, but it will perhaps help us realize how critical and how lovely it is to interact, to shake hands, to hug, and all the other acts of social closeness that make us human. I hope that the lessons we learned will not be short lived and will echo in the years after the pandemic has become a mere memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Very nice presentation, very, very thoughtful. I will start with a comment you made about COVID and actually about the implications of COVID in our day-to-day lives, but also in the way that we manage and operate ships. You talked about this unfortunate event of contamination from one of the stevedores, and it does show the indifference that the regulators and the public is facing the problems. They talk too much, but when it comes to come up with a solution, with a way out of the problem, they're rather indifferent. How would you explain that?
You know, it's very difficult to act upon your nice logos and your humanitarian pleas when you have nothing to do to prove what you are boasting. I think it's a completely different situation when it is in your backyard. There's a saying, not in my backyard or anywhere near my backyard. And I think this is what has happened in our situation. The ship went around several countries that I don't want to mention, but it was in the Far East, and we approached many jurisdictions, many people from even tried to approach governmental people that we knew, and nonetheless, their response and it was pure indifference. They would really have let the people perish if it was up to them. If they had gotten sick, they wouldn't have taken them off the ship, which is completely disappointing.
I think this incident does underline how indifferent and how unaware the public is about the ongoing problems that Trump shipping, deep sea shipping is facing. And then it comes to regulations. Of course, we all expect and we support a greener future for the environment. Certainly, we expect shipping to play a better part in it. Nevertheless, there is a cost associated with this. And the question is the public aware and prepared to pay for this additional cost for a greener environment, for greener shipping? Or is it a belief that shipping, the ship owners, the ships themselves, will face the bill? Can I start with you, Pano?
Well, let's be mindful that shipping generally has a very small and weak political footprint. There are simply not too many of us, certainly not ship owners, and therefore we don't have any strong political pull. Secondly, it has been the case that for many years, shipping has been retrenched into itself, especially we Greeks and especially the ship owning side, because nobody simply was looking very much at what we were doing. And at that time, this was quite convenient, except in the last 10 or 15 years, this has changed completely, and we have become a visible, transparent business like any other one, except we have failed to adapt. And, for example, we have failed to understand how this political game is working and where you have to put the right knobs to get your views heard and get your job done. And this is one of the main, I think, if not the main issue that faces Greek shipping. We have to get out of our enclosed mentality of being only a ship owner. We need to deal with politics, we need to deal with strategies, otherwise these things will be decided and are being decided as we speak in other quarters where we don't have much influence. So getting out of our enclosure, reaching out, presenting our own policies and strategies is of extreme importance. So these things don't happen by themselves or by chance. They happen because shipping does not follow them properly enough, and it's not powerful enough if you compare it to other businesses, though of course the work it does and the services it offers are extremely important. So a lot of work is needed, both internationally but also from our side in Greece.
Thank you, Pano. Dimitrios, chairman of Intercargo, board member of UGS and other shipping associations, you come across various regulators. What is your feeling about it? Do they really lack understanding of how deep sea shipping operates, or do they play politics?
Thank you, Yanni. I think Panos started the reply very effectively. Our political constituency is very small, and we have found, and this goes also back to what Ioanna is saying, that we tend to have influence within our sector or within our shipping business. We tend to have influence on the maritime authorities of each country, and this is especially through IMO. But I think that what Ioanna said earlier is that this has proved to be ineffective. At the moment, in the COVID crisis, it's the health and immigration authorities which are calling the shots. And as it stands, we have absolutely no influence on these agencies because all these years we have been concentrating on the maritime authorities of each country. In the same way, I think that we're going to face this issue on the environmental side. I think that if we try to influence the maritime authorities are generally sympathetic to our efforts and our understanding. The problem is we now have to convince the environmental authorities of each nation, of Europe, of all of the major trading blocs worldwide where our vessels operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Vasily, as chairman of the Hellenic Mediterranean panel of Intertanko, what do you think that the various shipping associations should do in order to improve the image and the awareness of the regulators and the public?
I think speaking on behalf of Intertanko and I know that you know this as well, having been involved in various positions of the association over the years, is that, you know, the Intertanko together with the other roundtable members, that's Intercargo, PIMCO, and the ICS, have on many occasions agreed on policies. But as Mr. Laskaridis correctly said, and Mr. Fafalios said before me, you know, you're talking to deaf ears many times. You know, these people, and especially when it comes to European Commission, these people are not even elected. The European parliamentarians are elected, but then again, they've got their own agenda. So trying to convince, first of all, you need to educate people. A lot of these people do not know anything about shipping, let alone trying the current problems that we are facing with changing crews in all sorts of different places and countries around the world. I mean, talking to them about greener fuels, they don't understand what that is. You know, talking about the difficulties, the practical difficulties of shipping, it's just impossible. So if we are to really, you know, affect change in the future, I think we need, as an industry represented by various bodies, including Intertanko, and whether this is also national bodies or international bodies, but together, I've always said that we should work together, all the industry bodies should work together so that we have a united voice as much as possible in as many subjects and matters as possible, so that we can finally appear in front of the politicians as a united front and then try to push our agenda. We need to have a very clear agenda. We need to communicate that agenda very clearly to these politicians who do not know anything about our business or any other business, to be fair and frank. And that's, I believe, the way to go forward. I mean, this will have to involve funding, obviously. We, as Mr. Laskaridis correctly said, shipping is tiny. We should not, and as Mr. Fafalios said before, we should not look at ourselves from within our bubble, within our maritime bubble. We should step outside our bubble, look at this shipping business. It's tiny. Yes, we have become more transparent. Yes, we have become more responsible. Yes, we have become more greener. But so what? Have we communicated this effectively to the outside world? I think not. We should allocate funds. It's important. We should lobby. We should educate the people that will make decisions. So I think that we should learn from our mistakes of the past, and we should have a very clear plan as to how we can affect change through the policy-making bodies which are outside shipping. Since unfortunately IMO is in many cases overtaken and blindsided by the European Parliament or other national and international governments and bodies.
Thank you, Vasily. Stavro, you are an expert in shipbuilding and technology related to shipping. Do you think that the shipbuilding industry, the engine manufacturers, the bunker suppliers can deliver products that will make shipping greener in the future in a way that it is cost effective and well received in a practical way by the shipping community?
Thank you, Yanni. I think at the end of the day they will do. But I think the efforts that I have seen from shipbuilders, from classification societies, from other industries, industry bodies, they lack a lot, time-wise, on what has to be done. I mentioned before that we see a lack of new building orders, and I believe this is because ship owners cannot decide on the new technology. The new technology is not available. There is a lot of things to be cleared. Mrs. Prokopiou mentioned a few. what we have to realize is that the cost of ships will go up with new technology. The new technology, at least for the beginning, is an expensive technology. I think that what was not discussed in detail during the panel was the issue of carbon tax, and I'm moving away from what you asked, Yanni, but please allow me to do so. It's the emissions trading scheme that will happen within the next 4.5 years, according to the EU. I think we should form synergies. I think we should educate, as Mr. Bakolitsa said, non-governmental organizations. Unfortunately, a lot of things that are happening have started from non-governmental organizations. I think we should work together to try to improve the image of shipping and explain to people what can be done and what cannot be done. And if something can be done, we should explain who will bear the cost.
Thank you, Stavros.
Thank you, Yanni.
Ioana, what would you think about the ETS? Is this something which is practical? Can it work for shipping? And if not, why?
It has been working for the industry. Is it a question to me? I'm not the right person to answer, but never mind. Okay. I think we have seen ETS schemes being applied in the industry. I think they have been misused in a large extent. I think it is a method for other people to make some money. And of course, from what I know, from what I have seen, and I'm not an expert again, I think the most fair solution to talk about reduction of greenhouse gases for shipping is to apply a fuel levy.
Thank you, Stavros. So, Ioana, coming back to you regarding the ETS, is it practical? Is it enforceable? Would it make a difference at the end of the day?
There are several matters considering the ETS. First of all, if we're talking about EU ETS, which is a local regulation of trying to apply in a global industry. Our industry is an international industry, and by making local regulations, you compromise the status of the IMO, of any international regulations that can take place. This is one issue. The other issue regarding ETS is basically that in a way you will be allowed to pollute, to pay in order to pollute. The way that it was initially thought of was that by making, the environmentalists were thinking that by making something expensive, it would promote new technologies. The thing is that new technologies, obviously, when people are squeezed for solutions, they will come up with some solutions, but in the past, we used to have first the invention, then the testing, then the application, then the regulation. Now we see everything in reverse. So we are in an unfortunate situation that due to the climate crisis, we have to act fast and we don't have the available means. ETS is one of the means that are being discussed. But apart from the local nature of ETS, there are other issues. First of all, there's going to be a pile of money that when the ETS was initially presented to ship owners to a small extent, it was they partly mentioned that this money is going to be used towards innovation, towards pilot programs, towards things that could promote technological advances that would end up back to the benefit of the ship owners. Now, due to the COVID crisis and due to the fiscal and the stimulus packages that had to be given from the European Union, all of this money is most likely going to go back to the European Union and not be used in any efficient way when it comes to reducing the environmental footprint of our industry. So this is an issue. The other issue that we have to consider is when they applied ETS into aviation, they didn't have any reductions in CO2 emissions at all. And that bearing in mind, when you make something very expensive, you might see a modal shift from one means of transportation to another. If you make it very expensive, what is the ETS? When you go into a European port and when you when you trade either from one European port to another or enter in one and go an international port, you're going to have to pay a fine, an ETS, an emissions trading scheme, which it's most likely going to be, Mr. Hadjigrigori, a levy on fuel. That's the way they're going to measure it. That's the way it's going to be done. But by making this very expensive, there might be either there's going to be an increase of trade outside the European Union. So people will be discharging their goods in Turkey or in other ports that are not subject to ETS, and then transporting them on land transportation, which is obviously much more polluting than than shipping transportation, which is quite environmentally friendly compared to other means of transportation. And you are shifting the pollution outside of Europe. What we need is to reduce pollution altogether, not to shift it somewhere else. So I think I'm not pro the ETS, obviously, and these are the main reasons that I mentioned to you.
Thank you, Anna. Very clear. Very clear. It has been discussed in the past. Am I heard well? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Sorry. Pano, it has been discussed in the past whether shipping should promote a levy approach, but it was felt that it was politically unacceptable. Do you think that it's too late to go for it? Should we go for it? Or shall we just fight for the death of an ETS approach?
First of all, let me very quickly clarify something that Ioanna said. I'm not sure I understood this correctly. It appeared to me that, Ioanna, you suggested that the way of applying the ETS would be through a levy. No, that's not correct. The ETS means going out and buying carbon credits. You buy carbon credits and the money ends up squarely with the government. Yanni, whilst the political climate right now in Europe favors an ETS, we must accept that the people who promote it are becoming increasingly concerned that their view is not as simple as they might have thought. You asked me if we should continue to propose the levy. I think we should definitely do that for lack of anything else. There, at least, this is will be an amount of money which we can try and pass on to cargo, and cargo would eventually pass it on to the final user. Whilst with ETS, and we have had this confirmed many times by politicians, ministers from various countries which have followed Greece, the ETS is a plain tax. That's all there is to it. There's no need to dwell more on what else can be done with ETS. It will go into the government's coffers and it will spend as the governments like. So yes, there is for us right now no other better idea than to promote the levy. I don't know, Dimitri, you agree?
Yeah, Dimitri, the floor is yours. You see, when we get the electricity bill, if somebody pays attention, they can read that there is a cost in the bill on their behalf for the ETS approach. But the feeling, as I understand in the among the minds of the various regulations, is that an ETS cost will be borne by the ships. What do you feel about it, Dimitri?
Well, thank you, Yanni. Ioanna and Stavro and Panos covered most of the ETS's pros and cons and the levy. It is, as you rightly say, who will foot the bill. And at this moment in time, I think Stavros said it very well. ETS was very effective, let me rephrase that, was somewhat effective for shore-based industries, but has not been effective for modes of transport, as we have seen in the airlines. The EU tried to apply ETS to long-haul flights, and there was, of course, a very strong backlash. The carbon levy, or some form of proportional levy to CO2 output, is really the only way. The question is that there will be substantial funds collected from this levy, and governments being governments, and they in the back of their minds know that the ETS will not really be effective for shipping or for air transport or for long haul air transport. ETS is considered as a tax collecting mechanism, and that I think Panos outlined. The problem is with the carbon levy or the bunker levy or any kind of levy is the human problem. The human problem is that a lot of money is going to be collected. This money is going to have to be managed by somebody, and this in itself, going back to what Stavros says in transparency, is we're not sure how transparent this is all going to be. And in an ideal world, yes, we want this money to come back to our industry. But I don't think we live in an ideal world. And I think that, and this is my personal view, and it may be a little bit cynical, but I think that some of this money, and we're talking about a lot of money annually on a world fleet basis, in order to make this palatable and applicable worldwide, I think that some of this money may have to, regrettably, go to some of the governments. And this is the only way that I see a bunker levy or a carbon levy going forward. Effectively, we have to look at it politically, and we cannot look at it purely environmentally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Vasily, Stavros said that he's optimistic that the shipyards and engine manufacturers will come up with better solutions for a greener shipping environment in the future. But do you think that Greek shipping can really afford the additional cost? Shipping is already a capital-intensive industry, but it seems that it will have to face an additional capital cost. Can it afford it?
Well, I think this is a question for any ship owner, irrespective of whether he or she is Greek or international. So the question really is the additional cost and whether anyone can afford that. I think the question has already been answered, more or less. New technologies, when they do come out, tend to be very expensive. Over time, they become widely accepted and become cheaper subsequently. As Mr. Vafalios mentioned in his presentation earlier this morning, for example, the LNG Kamsarmax is particularly an example of how expensive this brand new technology and brand new design is. I mean, unless there is a willing charterer on the other side willing to pay a premium so that this extra investment can be absorbed and written down over time, no one's going to invest in such expensive new technology. What I have seen, especially in Japan, and I would like to actually dwell in the dry cargo space here. For example, Oshima, which is one of the pioneer shipbuilders in Japan when it comes to research and development, developed a few years ago in collaboration with the DNV a lovely design for an Ultramax bulk carrier, which had three major innovative distinctions. It was using batteries which were saving 20% of fuel for the use of the cranes. It was using a specific material which is glass reinforced, GLRP glass reinforced plastic for parts of the deck, and that obviously made the entire ship lighter, and therefore the consumption of the fuel of the ship was smaller. And the third thing that they had tried to use was a mix of fuel which included light cycle oil, which is readily available, in conjunction with the byproduct of LNG, which would assist the light cycle oil to ignite in the main engine. So this was a fantastic design and a proof that new technologies are there, and especially those coming from Japan, which have always been at the cutting edge of technology. But that's going to come at a cost, and unless that cost is somehow underwritten by somebody, whether that somebody could be a fund, or a shipping fund, international shipping fund, or something else, it's going to be very difficult for the individual ship owners to go and pay that substantial price increase unless, as I said before, there's a willing charter on the other side, willing to pay an increased charter higher rate. So it's expensive. It's going to be expensive. If we need to go forward, we need to obviously, accept and embrace new technologies. But someone has to pay the cost, and I do not know whether the cost can be borne entirely by the ship owners.
Thank you, Vasily. I will stay with you, though, because you referred extensively to Japan, because Greek shipping is mostly Trump operation. Japan Inc. is a different structure. It is the Japan Inc. So it's the shipbuilder, the ship owner, the trading houses, the charterers, the banks, they come all together. Greek ship owners, though, they have to survive on their own. They have to find that they have to take the bill, they have to persuade the banks to finance the projects, and they have to live with it. Ioanna, in this respect, what would you say for a typical Greek operator, Trump operator? Would it be easy to stay as it is? Will it be easy to retain the same management structure? Or do we expect a more solid consolidation of the shipping community?
I think it goes back to the nature of Greek ship owning and how it all started. Traditional ship owning was as part of the, a captain was on board a ship, then slowly he bought half the ship, then slowly he became a ship owner. And it has to do with the industrious and nature of Greeks, which are adaptable and are easy, are very ingenious, let's say, is the right word I'm looking for. So having consolidations in the shipping in Greek shipping will definitely help reduce costs, but many of the Greek companies are very much based around the founder and the person that set up the company, and they're not very much, they're run as family, most of them are run as family-owned businesses and don't really follow the same corporate structure that is expected when you're having consolidations and when you do M&As or you merge. I think it's going to be difficult to see such sort of consolidations in the Greek shipping market, even though the cost of complying with the regulations is becoming more and more expensive, and it's harder to keep up with the demands being requested, and the vettings and all of these are becoming hard for small companies to be able to survive. But I think we're not going to see that many consolidations in the Greek shipping. It's the nature of Greek shipping that is not very, let's say, not adaptable. It's not very, let's say, it wouldn't be easy to see this.
Can I interfere? Can I actually, it's also, it is so interesting, this discussion. I would like to ask questions myself, and we have a number of questions from the audience that probably we have just 5 minutes now, and we will not be able to answer all of them. If I try to keep these questions together, Nigel Lowry and David Glass asking, how comes that we are catching up always? We have always the feeling that we are behind our charters, that they are not helping us, and it is up to us actually to take the blame, as Mr. Glass said, of what we are doing. And also Nigel Lowry is writing that why are ship owners so reluctant to name and shame immoral charterers and unfriendly countries? So would you like to think and to have some opinions on these questions?
Can we ask Dimitris to take the floor? Because recently Intercargo made a very explicit complaint, actually very fair one, that the industry, and especially the bulk shipping sector, does not receive adequate care and support from the charterers. Dimitri.
Yes, thank you, John, and thank you, Pano. Um, our business is worldwide. Our business is to react to change. Shipping is the management of change. Ship operation is the management of change. We have, as Greek shipping, to be able to operate in a very, very wide, worldwide basis. And that means that although we can voice general complaints, we have often found that voicing specific complaints has ended up being negative. And it's ended up being negative because of the structure of the way things work. In shipping, believe it or not, we are very organized, and we are also a very honorable industry. Much more honorable than many other industries. And this makes it very, very difficult for us to point specific fingers. But nevertheless, if we do have an issue, as Ioanna said earlier, very, very clearly with the COVID, we would expect that because the charterer, the time charterer, and the owner form a common venture, we would expect the charterer to also take a degree of responsibility for this common venture. And we have found in the last few months that this has not been the case. Thank you.
And if I can put together, because we have just 2 minutes, unfortunately, we have to keep the schedule and we have to keep the program. If I can put together a few more questions. One question is regarding the new regulations and whether these new regulations will be actually so important, will change exactly the future of shipping. I mean, the carbon intensity index and EEXI, is it a real risk that ships will be banned and become obsolete within a shorter period of time? They're going to have a shorter life, or this is just exaggerated, exaggerated opinion? And another question is whether we could consider a kind of green nuclear power as a possibility for the future of shipping. We have only 2 minutes. I believe that we will conclude with these 2 questions if someone will have some comments on that.
Stavros, do you want to take the floor?
Yes. I believe the introduction of the carbon intensity index will accelerate the phasing out of certain ships that cannot meet the regulations. There are 5 different categories in the carbon intensity index. If you are in category E, the worst one, you have to take immediate measures. If you are for 2 years in category D, then you have again to take measures after the 2-year period. I think certain vessels will be driven out of the market. And basically what I have in my mind is container ships that are already slowing down, and they will have to slow down much more. If we talk about nuclear power, it's a big change. I don't know if you have read it, but Bill Gates decided to invest in nuclear power for shipping. That was announced 2-3 days ago. By the way, I was reading the CVs of the officers of an American nuclear submarine. Even the ABs, they had studied nuclear physics, and the captain had a PhD in nuclear physics.
There must be a new course in the academies of the shipping companies.
Yes.
Yes, probably.
They're not born yet. This.
I think we have reached the end of the session.
Yes, exactly. So we have to keep the program. I feel really sorry that we have to interrupt this interesting discussion. We're going to have, thank you all of you for your important comments. We're going to have 10-minute break, and we will be back for the next session, which is about new technology.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion, we deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
ABS is a leading global provider of classification and technical advisory services to the marine and offshore industries. ABS is committed to setting standards for safety and excellence in design and construction. Focused on safe and practical application of advanced technologies and digital solutions, ABS with industry and clients works together to develop accurate and cost-effective compliance, optimized performance and operational efficiency for marine and offshore assets. We have developed an unparalleled global network of sustainability expertise with centers of excellence located in key maritime cities around the world: Athens, Houston, Copenhagen, and Singapore. ABS is partnering with leading industry players in a range of joint initiatives designed to drive forward key areas of research, such as vessel design, future fuels, digital technologies, and decarbonization pathways.
The COVID-19 pandemic is eliciting changes in the pace of shipping industry. The take-up of digital technologies is accelerating, while the journey to a decarbonized 2050 remains uncertain. Greek shipping, as always, plays a pivotal role moving the industry forward, and we, at Lloyd's Register, remain committed to our Greek partners, understanding their needs and offering our experienced hand that will help them to navigate the changing landscape safely and sustainably.
We are a company of maritime experts, established in 1977, driven by knowledge, resources, and passion. We deliver technical excellence and environmental protection to the maritime industry. With over 40 years' experience and a workforce of highly trained and experienced technicians, commercial and operational experts, we look into the future. Innovation merged with experience is what makes the difference. Finding real-world solutions to everyday challenges. We are an old company with the youngest ideas. We are Maritech.
Ocean King is one of the leading technical and commercial marine groups in Greece, established 31 years ago in 1989 in Piraeus, Greece. The last few years, shipping is undergoing very many challenges with international regulations for the environment, safety, fuel, and so on. Ocean King has adapted its operations always to follow the trends of the market and the needs, and we are very much aware of the environmental footprint of all our technologies that we are promoting. The COVID pandemic has shown us that we have to do things differently, and shipping is not an exception if we want to contribute as an industry to the environmental sustainability. Our company, which combines technical talent and cooperates with the best companies in the world, we are committed with our values for the environment to continue to play an active role in the sustainability of the Greek shipping.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the second session of Greener Shipping Summit. In this session, there will be 7 speakers that will take the podium. It will be Mr. Stamatis Akylas of ABB, Mr. Giorgos Plevrakis of ABS, Mr. Panos Zachariadis, Atlantic Bulk Carriers, Mr. John Kokarakis, Bureau Veritas, Mr. Antonis Strakakis, RINA, Mr. Emmanuel Verietis, Lloyd's Register, and Mr. Basil Galanomatis, Ocean King New Ship Sales. Gentlemen, welcome to the Greener Shipping Summit. We will have time to explore the new technologies, and we are here to hear from you what these technologies are and how efficient you believe they will be. I will give the floor to Mr. Stamatis Akylas. Mr. Akylas holds a degree in marine engineering from Merchant Marine Academy of Macedonia, and also a mechanical and marine engineering degree from John Moores University in the UK. He's the global product manager for medium, low speed and rail of ABB Switzerland in turbocharging. Mr. Akylas, the floor is yours. 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yanzikis, for the kind introduction. And congratulations to the organizers who managed to safeguard this important discussion forum during these unprecedented times. Unfortunately, we cannot meet in beautiful Athens, so I have to broadcast from Switzerland. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a pleasure for us at ABB Turbocharging to be part of this panel of prominent speakers addressing the Greek shipping community, which as a Greek living and working abroad, I'm proud to say it's a world leader. And the subject I will cover today, if my presentation pops up, is a controversial one. It has supporters but also critics. It deals with carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies and how this may be applicable to the marine industry. I also need to start by saying that there is no link between these technologies and the technologies we developed at ABB Turbocharging. As such, we don't consider ourselves subject matter experts. However, within our internal greenhouse gas strategy teams where we develop decarbonization scenarios for the whole industry, we have considered the impact of carbon capture and utilization and storage, or CCUS technologies for short. And seeing this topic on the agenda, we volunteered to contribute by looking deeper and contributing in the knowledge pool while learning in the process. I don't see my presentation yet coming up. I hope, there you go. So there it is. Yes. So let's dig directly into the technologies and start with what is carbon capture. Carbon capture, to put it simply, is a process which removes carbon dioxide, and it can be grouped into 3 different categories. There is the pre-combustion carbon capture, where the carbon dioxide is removed before the combustion directly from the fuel, leaving pure hydrogen to be burned in special gas turbines or fuel cells. This technology I didn't consider as applicable for shipping, for application in shipping, especially on board. Then we have you can see also a diagram of the pre-combustion carbon capture on the right. the post-combustion carbon capture is the technologies we will more discuss, and this is why they're highlighted. And they have to do with capturing carbon dioxide from the exhaust gases after the combustion of a carbon-based fuel. And then there is, of course, carbon capture directly from the atmosphere, which let's say, again, I don't consider directly relevant to shipping, but it could be used in carbon trading schemes, as mentioned in the previous panel. Let's proceed to the next slide. But if we take a step back and think about why would carbon capture be relevant for our sector in the first place, and carbon capture by many is considered as a technology that can have an impact in the transition towards clean energy, mainly due to a big part because of steel and cement production plants, which have a very heavy carbon footprint, but also for sectors which are so-called hard to abate. And here we wanted to ask the questions: is the maritime sector hard to abate? And we can have a few arguments about that. And one of the arguments is that most of the existing merchant fleet operates on fossil fuels currently, which even when we transition to gas, if we do so, we will still be running on fossil fuels. And then a second statement would be that, and perhaps the fellow panelists here can support this statement, that we don't expect to see widespread availability of low carbon and hydrogen-based fuels in shipping before 2030. And then for the third statement, even when these fuels become available, a conversion or renewal of the global fleet is not going to happen at the blink of an eye. So one could argue that we are indeed a hard to abate sector. Please go to the next slide, where we start digging really into the technologies. And as I mentioned, we will focus on post-combustion. This is a high level. I'm not going to dig into the chemistry, but as you can, if I can direct your attention to the diagram on the right, here we're looking at the post-combustion carbon capture by absorption, which is by a liquid medium, a solvent, a water-based amine solution, which is with this in this simple diagram, you can see that there is an absorber on the left, which is in effect a scrubber, where the exhaust gas leaving the engine is sprayed with the solvent, which captures CO2. Leaving CO2-free, relatively free gas coming out of the funnel, and having a rich solvent at the bottom of the funnel, which has captured CO2. Then the solvent is heated up and proceeds to a stripper, where it undergoes a regenerating process to release the CO2. So from the top of the stripper comes pure CO2 for compression and storage, and from the bottom comes the lean solvent to be recirculated back, cooled and recirculated back to the system. So the positives of this technology. This is not an exhaustive list, but it's the points I thought relevant for shipping. For example, liquid sorbents can be relatively cheap, keeping the operational costs low. The fact that the absorber and the stripper, these two units, because we are recirculating fluids, they can be placed relatively far away from each other, which gives more installation flexibility in a vessel application, and it also helps with any stability issues. And a third point positive is that the energy required from the regeneration, as you can see from this cross flow in the diagram, it can be partly recovered. On the negative side, there is a high energy requirement for regeneration because the liquid forms chemical bonds with the CO2, which needs a lot of energy to release. There is a solvent loss, and the amines degrade over time with the contact with SOx, for example, or other particles from the exhaust gas, and this increases operating cost because it has to be replenished. These based amine solvents promote corrosion, so the material of the whole installation would probably need to be stainless steel, which increases installation cost. And then the amines react with NOx, which form toxic and potentially carcinogenic nitrosamines, which is another controversial topic in carbon capture. And if we can move to the next slide, we can another technology, which is again post-combustion carbon capture, but this is by adsorption with a D. And here we're talking about a solid solvent. So we can imagine a powder solvent. And the process is more or less the same as before, but here we're circulating a powder. And you can imagine that this is a bit more challenging. But these solid sorbents have a huge surface area, and they can attract CO2 particles as like a magnet. And they also, on the positive side, they require modest energy to release this CO2 because they don't form chemical bonds. They have a relatively high CO2 uptake. They don't have a corrosion issue, and they don't have a nitrosamine issue. On the contra side, it's a less mature technology. Also, the solvents themselves, with a number of engineering challenges to overcome if they were to be applied, and they would be more expensive. And finally, you would have less installation flexibility because the absorber needs to be close to the desorber due to the nature of circulating a powder, a solid substance. But let's then go to look into the utilization part in the next slide. So how can we utilize the CO2 that we captured and we stored? First and foremost, we could use it for synthetic fuels. For any synthetic fuel, for any Power-to-X fuel that comes from renewable energy sources, the first step is to produce hydrogen, and you can use the pure hydrogen as a fuel directly, or you can convert it to ammonia, or then if you want to convert it to methane, to diesel, to methanol, to use as a drop-in fuel in shipping, for example, then CO2 needs to be added. And in today's, let's say, situation, we extract this CO2 from fossil fuels, but in the future we could be using captured CO2 as a kind of a carbon cycle on its own. And please go to the next slide to look at another example of utilization, where there I dared to put the shipping on the top there, where we're talking about post-combustion carbon capture and conditioning to be used together with electrolyzers coming from other industries or hydrogen to produce fuels, to produce resins or solvents or plastics. And this is called the CO2 to products pathways, which could then be a viable pathways to recycle the CO2 products. Of course, there are a lot of critics about that saying, which industries is taking the advantage of being carbon neutral, or is it claiming to be carbon neutral in this? How do consumers can tell if this is a really the product that they have in their hands is coming from carbon neutral sources. And then let's go to the last element of CCUS, which is storage. And here I found an interesting example in Norway, where the Norwegian government has a large-scale carbon capture and storage project called Longship, which already has two industrial plants for capturing and temporarily storing CO2. One is a waste-to-energy plant, and the other is a cement factory. And then another project comes in called Northern Lights, which is a collaboration agreement between Equinor, Shell, and Total, which they will be transporting this temporarily stored CO2 by ships, by LPG carriers, and taking it for permanent storage in the Johansen Formation, which has a capacity of over 100 million tons CO2. And they have the plan in two phases to increase this capacity to transport, inject, and store to 5 million tons of CO2 per year, which would then, be good for 20 years, according to my calculations. But what I also see as interesting here in this project is that they consider third-party volumes, so receiving CO2 capture from elsewhere, and also in their permanent storage facility, they also consider exporting via pipeline to offshore, which I expect that they're talking about utilization, like we mentioned before, using CO2 for something else. And then I would like to conclude this presentation in the next slide with a few considerations. If we can go to the next slide. So the CCUS technology, currently there are some applications out there as pilots. It has a considerable footprint, but I expect that all these engineering challenges will be able to solve. But what is for certain for me is that it will come at a cost, both installation and operational, and it would need to be incentivized. Otherwise, there would not be a business case for it. Then the technologies associated with CCUS should not be used as an excuse to halt the clean energy transition. If we are to reap the benefits of utilization of CO2 into other products, we would have to go for cross-industry partnerships, and this is a kind of a bold assumption of mine that CO2 might become a traded commodity if there's enough of it, captured CO2, which might require a fleet of carrier vessels, which would be a new segment or a small segment in shipping. So to conclude, if we apply it wisely, these technologies could play a pivotal role in us reaching our net zero emission goals. This is a very superficial presentation compared to what is out there in literature and what companies are doing. But if someone has more questions, you can use my contact and I can direct you. I put you in a direction of literature or other companies who are doing this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Achillas, for the informative and interesting presentation. Our next speaker will be Mr. Giorgos Plevrakis. Mr. Plevrakis holds a degree in mechanical engineering from National Technical University of Athens and a master's in business administration from University of Athens. He's the director for global sustainability in ABS. His presentation will be Decarbonization Pathways Hydrogen. The floor is yours, Mr. Plevrakis, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yadrikis. I hope that my sound comes through. As Mr. Yadrikis already said in his introduction, I'm Giorgos Plevrakis. I'm the Director of Global Sustainability for ABS. A big thank you to the organizers for a very successful event, even under these very unprecedented conditions. As Mr. Aquila said, and I will echo his comment, I would much higher appreciate it if this could have been done physically, but unfortunately, we communicate through these web channels nowadays. I would like to thank the previous speaker for his presentation. Very interesting. What we will be discussing today, as far as our presentation is concerned, is hydrogen as marine fuel. We have ahead of us a decade of serious decisions. We have an emerging regulatory landscape, emerging market landscape that will probably define decisions. Strategization of decisions is important. How you move along the decarbonization trajectory, what kind of options you have so that you can be in compliance with the decarbonization trajectory is of utmost importance. And to that, we have created a number of publications that address those challenges. Now, to kick off, in our presentation today, we're going to be discussing hydrogen as marine fuel, and I will be giving you a brief introduction of that very exotic fuel. To dive right in, and in our next slide, I will just say a few words on what we are doing. We are the ABS sustainability team. We are creating a practical approach to the different sustainable development goals that have been adopted by the United Nations and by the IMO. And we are identifying which ones exhibit high relevance and high impact on the operations of a shipping company. And of course, those can be categorized into the three pillars of sustainability: environmental excellence, social responsibility, and governance. That being said, decarbonization is the biggest part in the sustainability saga, and we are scaling up to meet it. So in the next slide, you will see exactly that. We have rolled out 4 sustainability centers right now. We have one in Singapore, which is focusing on sustainability reporting. One in Athens, here in Greece, focusing on performance and optimization. And the center in Copenhagen is leading our efforts on vessel innovation, while our center in Houston is focusing on alternative fuels, human-centric design, and waste streams. As I said, decarbonization is probably the biggest challenge of our generation. And what we have also captured in our latest carbon outlook, low carbon shipping outlook, released earlier this spring, is the fact that alternative fuels are going to be playing the biggest role in those efforts, are going to be providing the biggest contribution. So in our recently released outlook, what we have seen in our next slide is that fuels can be categorized in 3 pathways. The light gas pathway, which includes LNG and bioelectro versions of methane, and hydrogen at the very, very long term as a solution in that fuel pathway. Heavy gas, that includes LPG and methanol, fuels that are more mature, bioelectro versions of those fuels, and at the end, ammonia. The third fuel pathway, we envision it to be the biosynthetic fuel pathway, where you have fuels that can be produced by bio-derived raw material. Then in that mix, you can introduce gas to liquid fuels. And at the end, we expect that this could be also enhanced by the introduction of second and third generation of biofuels or biodiesel, as you see on this slide. But today, we're going to be talking about that fuel that you saw on that yellow circle, hydrogen. And why are we talking about hydrogen? We are talking in our industry about hydrogen because of the chemical composition, those two circles with those two H's that you see on this slide. Hydrogen is a zero carbon fuel. It has no carbon in its chemical composition, and it is considered as the holy grail of fuels. It is relatively easy to produce through different kind of methods that either include fossil fuels as a raw material or alternative energies, renewable energies, as the beginning of their process. Now, it is considered as the holy grail of fuel, as I said, because through combustion, it produces no carbon emissions. It has a high heating value, high flame velocity, and as I said, zero carbon content. In theory, in practice, though, it is, at this point in time, the most challenging of fuels. It might have the biggest energy content, pound to pound, but it does have the lowest volumetric energy density. It requires significant cryogenic storage. It is stored at minus 250 degrees Celsius, or extreme pressures to be stored above 700 bar. And one has also to consider the permeation effect that hydrogen has through the containment materials of the containment. In a nutshell, challenges include the storage volume, because of its low energy density, safety and handling, of course, and how we scale up the production so that it makes sense both as far as the volumes that are generated as well as the cost that this fuel will be provided. However, it is worth exploring because, as we said, it will contribute a lot into a zero carbon economy. It will form the basis and the building block of many other fuels that could actually contribute to a more decarbonized economy. We say a few words about the production, so let's expand a bit on that. In our next slide, until now, and if you look at the International Energy Agency's report in 2019, 70% of hydrogen production was based on natural gas through stream reforming, partial oxidization, or autothermal reforming, and 23% was based on coal through gasification. Now, on your right-hand side on that diagram, you see those methods of production for hydrogen being summed up. And what you see is that hydrogen can also be linked to the production of other fuels, which I believe there is another presentation coming up on ammonia. Now, production from coal and natural gas makes hydrogen carbon intensive, and future production will require renewable energy for electrolysis or biomass conversion so that the total carbon footprint of the production of hydrogen can be considered green or carbon neutral at the end. There is a significant development on the ways that it can be transported. And what we recently saw is that there is also for maritime use the investigation of the liquid organic hydrogen carriers as a means of transporting hydrogen. This, of course, requires more development to be established. Last but not least, as I mentioned earlier in the previous slides, hydrogen can be the building block of other fuels, ammonia included. And it makes sense for the industry to look at how you produce hydrogen in order to see what are the gains and benefits that you can get out of the decarbonized value chain of carbon production, of hydrogen production, apologies. Now, If we're talking about hydrogen strictly from as a fuel perspective, then it makes sense that we compare it to what we have already in place as far as the conventional fuels are concerned. And in the next slide, we visit exactly that. What we will see now in the next slide is a comparison between existing conventional fuels, NGO and HFO, and hydrogen. I would like to point out a couple of things here. As mentioned before, the energy density of hydrogen is quite low as far as volume is concerned, but it is very potent as far as the energy density on a pound per pound perspective. So kilogram per kilogram, hydrogen packs quite an energy punch. Now, one thing that is interesting to note is that its flammable range is quite wide. From percentage of volume in air, it goes from 4 to 77% approximately. However, due to its increased diffusability, in case that there is a leakage, hydrogen is diffused almost instantly in the ambient air, and it goes very quickly beyond that flammable range. It's worth mentioning. Now, from a volume comparison to the existing and conventional fuels, one would expect that if you have, for example, 1 unit of volume on a vessel for NGO, then you would require 4 times that for hydrogen for a hydrogen design. And of course, as a final conclusion, hydrogen from a combustion perspective doesn't have carbon emissions, has no CO2. Now, it's worth also looking at how can we use hydrogen nowadays, and what are the developments in relation to power generation on board. And in the next slides, we're going to be visiting exactly that. So, as far as power generation is concerned, we have mainly 2 pathways to approaches at this point in time. We have the internal combustion engines that are being developed to use hydrogen, and fuel cells. Let's speak briefly about the internal combustion engines that are being developed. In the next slide, what we will see is that 4-stroke engines will easily operate on hydrogen. With spark ignition, they can go up to 100% hydrogen. Dual fuel compression ignition will go up to 85% hydrogen. Now, you should expect NOx being generated, so NOx will be generated because of the increased temperature points inside the combustion chamber, and for that, it might require the introduction of SCR, or diesel particulate filter, in the case that we use a diesel ignition. At this point in time, we see no slow speed being marketed, but there are research and development. There is research and development being done, so we are expected to have those solutions in the midterm. However, what we will see in the next slide is that there are also other technologies that are now being investigated for power generation on board, and that is the technology of fuel cells. And hydrogen can be the enabler of fuel cells for auxiliary power generation at this point in time. The benefits of using fuel cell is that they have no moving parts. They are electrochemical devices. There is no combustion taking place inside them. Compared to batteries, they exhibit a higher power density and lower weight. They have no noise, no vibrations. However, there are a number of challenges. If you use proton-exchange membrane technologies, then you would require high purity of hydrogen. When I say high purity, I mean 99.995% purity in hydrogen fuel used. Lately, we have seen the development of solid oxide fuel cells, and this has been more and more rapidly being addressed. We have seen solid oxide fuel cells being part of a number of proposed and investigated and explored vessel designs. The challenges are that solid oxide fuel cells lack the ability to handle low transient. They're good for auxiliary power, but they will need to be coupled with some sort of another device so that it can handle that transient operation. The other thing that at this point we consider as a challenge is the fact that they need quite a substantial amount of time as a warming up. So these are things that need to be considered when we are exploring new vessel concepts and new vessel design ideas. And that's what we try to do in our low carbon shipping outlook that I referenced earlier with our concept vessel designs. In the next slide, we will be addressing that. We have included a Suezmax tanker just to explore the boundaries of this type of technology. So let's look at the baseline. In the next slide, we will see a baseline Suezmax tanker where you have an installed main engine of almost 15,000 kilowatts at a speed of 14.8 knots with a cargo capacity of 172,000 cubic meters. The range of this particular vessel is 18,000 nautical miles with this arrangement. What happens if you explore the option of those exotic technologies? In the next slide, you will see how those can be incorporated from a concept perspective. Now, this particular vessel is a hydrogen fuel cell Suezmax tanker. And this shows the boundaries of this technology and the very long-term perspective of the application of such technologies. This Suezmax tanker has a fuel cell capacity of almost the same amount of kilowatts. It's 14,900 to be exact, with a battery capacity that is 166 1,000 kilowatt hours. That's immense. The cargo still remains the same, but the range is halved. You see that the range of this particular vessel is 9,000 nautical miles. I will not comment also on the economics of that, which are still very, very far away of being something practical. If, from a regulatory perspective, if there is the need to identify how we can achieve an approval for all these type of technologies, we need to conduct several steps. And in the next slide, we are capturing exactly that. So all low flash point fuels other than natural gas have to apply a risk assessment approach. And that will include a concept design like the one that we just discussed, and going through a risk assessment which will include hazard and possibly hazard. Now, after you assemble the actions addressed on the risk assessment and you update the FMEA, then you submit the documentation for approval based on the findings that you had on the risk assessment and how you adjusted your conceptual design, and then you expect the final approval for statutory and class to be submitted. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I remain at your disposal for any questions, and looking forward for the rest of the presentations linking into all those future pathways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plevrakis, for the very nice presentation. Long, I should say, but nice. I would please ask the speakers to try to be within time. Our next speaker is Mr. Panos Zachariadis. Panos holds a degree in mechanical engineering and naval architecture from the University of Michigan. He is the technical director of Atlantic Bulk Carriers, and his presentation will be alternative source of power. Thank you. Please, Panos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, David and Natasha, for the invitation. I have a packed presentation, many slides, so I don't want to be over time. So let's start with the presentation. I noticed, I don't know how many of you noticed, but Mrs. Spiraki, the European MP at the beginning of the conference, said somewhere in her speech that we don't really have alternative fuels yet. And that is correct, of course, in my opinion. And also Mrs. Prokopiou said that you have to look at the whole lifetime of greenhouse gas emissions of alternative fuels, not only what happens on board the ship. So with those remarks, which are correct, let's proceed to the next slide, please. So I'm going to start with natural gas and LNG for the simple reason that all the alternative fuels we're talking about, ammonia, methanol, and all that, originate mostly from natural gas. So as far as how clean it is, it has the good news, and of course it has the very bad news of global warming, talking about natural gas. Next slide, please. So you have heard, most of you, that methane is 25 times worse than CO2 when emitted to the atmosphere. And when it's burned on an engine, it emits 20% less CO2. Now, that's not really true. What's true is shown on the next slide. Methane warms the atmosphere 86 times more when you look at it in a 20-year horizon instead of 100 years. And when you burn LNG in an engine, you get the same or worse CO2 emissions than conventional fuels. Next slide, please. Current natural gas production is about 3 billion tons in weight. The producers of natural gas claim that their escape to the atmosphere, mostly during extraction of the natural gas, is of the order of 2%, but almost every independent study that has been done shows an average of about 5% worldwide. And if you're talking about shale gas, then the escape to the atmosphere during the extraction is much, much more. Some fields, even 17% in Los Angeles field goes to the atmosphere. Next slide, please. So I made an assumption that let's assume a conservative 4% natural gas escape to the atmosphere. That means in CO2 equivalent, 10.7 billion tons. And if you consider that the man-made CO2 is only 36 billion tons, the one that we know that we're trying to reduce with all these regulations, you have on top of it about 11 billion tons that are not really accounted for. As far as the engines, many speakers in the first panel talked about dual fuel engines. Spark plug and dual fuel engines is the majority of the engines used right now. And when I say the majority, I mean more than 99% of the ships operate on dual fuel or spark engines. And those immediately, as you see here, have worse CO2 emissions than conventional fuels. The new technology that exists now of high compression engines have minute methane slip during combustion. But even for those small leaks, if you apply the correct factor of 86 instead of the usual 25, you get in par with conventional fuels. And then there is the problem that the owners don't like these new engines. And the reason they don't like these new engines is because they don't comply with NOx Tier 3, and therefore it makes no sense to them to spend the money to put an LNG burning engine on their ship and then have also to put a selective catalytic reactor in order to address the Tier 3 issue. So next slide, please. So on a lifetime basis, this is where we stand. The picture speaks for itself. The circled is the diesel oil. and we have various gas, natural gas estimates on the left. Next slide, please. Now, I think the problem we have with global warming is not CO2. I think the problem is methane. In the last 300 years, we had a 50% increase in the atmosphere of CO2, but a 250% increase of methane in the atmosphere of the last 300 years. So we have methane, which is 8 times worse than CO2, increasing in the atmosphere 5 times faster than CO2. It would make sense to me that we should start addressing our methane problem. Next slide, please. And of course, it's not me saying that natural gas is not ideal. Next slide. Here we have from the side of the European Union a surprising statement, very clear. Methane emissions from LNG powered ships higher than current marine fuel oils. I don't know if they have put it down since I found it, but I hope it's still there. Next slide, please. Now, let's look at the other alternative fuels. Mr. Pavlakis also mentioned that most of hydrogen does not come from electrolysis. Most of it comes from natural gas and from coal. So if you want to get good green hydrogen, then you need to do electrolysis, and to do electrolysis, you need huge amounts of electric energy. 55 kilowatt hours for every kilogram of hydrogen you make. And if you take that electricity not from renewable sources, but from a typical city grid, you will emit for every kilogram of hydrogen you make 49 kilograms of CO2 to the atmosphere. Ammonia, of course, also comes from hydrogen. So if you don't produce ammonia the green way, then you have all the problems of natural gas, all the problems of making hydrogen and all the emissions from natural gas, and then also making ammonia from hydrogen, which means taking the hydrogen and adding nitrogen to it to make ammonia, and you get the nitrogen from the atmosphere by practically burning the atmosphere. More CO2 emissions. Next slide, please. In quantities of 1 to 5%, and also a byproduct of oil refining to the same extent, 1 to 4%. So when you burn LPG, indeed, you emit 10% less CO2 than conventional fuels. The problem is there is no way that we can have enough LPG around to power the world shipping fleet. Next slide, please. Biofuels. I'm not going to spend too much time. There is a great debate on whether the CO2 you actually emit in order to make biofuels the balance is there from the CO2 you save in burning biofuels. And of course, biofuels have other problems. For example, when you burn them, you emit poisons to the atmosphere. And there is bacterial degradation when you keep them in a tank for a few months. Next slide, please. Fuel cell, Mr. Pavlakis actually mentioned a little bit about fuel cells. The truth is that the technology is not really there. They are large size, they are expensive, short lifetime. But of course, when the technology gets better, you'll be able to use, hopefully, green hydrogen, ammonia, LNG, methanol in fuel cells in order to produce energy. Next slide. Batteries, hot subject. I chose this picture because you need a huge amount of batteries if you want to operate a ship. Next slide. As an example, for a large container ship going at its most economical speed on a typical trip, and you see over there 1 ton of diesel gives you 11,700 watt hours per kilogram. The best lithium battery we have right now gives you only 300. So you need to have 100,000 tons of battery weight on the container ship in order to make the trip. This is where we are right now. Even if we double or triple the energy content of batteries, we still have a long way to go in order to make them useful. Next slide, please. That's a typical engine room of a small ferry with batteries. Next slide. Nuclear power. Next slide, please. This is a fourth generation mini reactor. There are 6 big projects going on in the world right now. Next slide. Now, what's different? Fukushima was a second generation power reactor. This is a fourth generation. Fourth generation means no possibility of meltdown, natural cooling, practically no radioactive waste, 25-year lifetime, no maintenance, cheap considering engine and lifetime fuel oil, and you can even produce green hydrogen if you don't want to have it on board the ship. Use it to produce green hydrogen from water and use the hydrogen to power the ship. Next slide, please. So some answers, you can see them there. You need hydrogen from renewable electrolysis. We need better batteries. Synthetic fuels, it was mentioned before that you can capture CO2 from the atmosphere. If you add hydrogen to this CO2, for example, you get methanol and water. Nuclear, fourth generation, but most of all, we need new technology. Next slide. Next. So that's it. Thank you very much. I hope I wasn't too much over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pano, for the very nice presentation and informative. Our next speaker will be John Kokarakis. John is a graduate of National Technical University of Athens and holds a PhD in naval architecture and a master's degree in mechanical engineering. He's the Technology and Business Development Director for Bureau Veritas, and his presentation will be ammonia as a fuel. 10 minutes, John. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry. Can you hear me, I hope? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Congratulations are due to Naftyliaki for organizing one more successful forum, adding many thanks for the invitation to Bureau Veritas. Can I have my presentation, please? Thank you. We are all runners towards the finish line, which is a carbon-free society of the future. Not all runners in this race have the same solution. One of the solutions promulgated is ammonia as a fuel. Today we will discuss the advantages and the challenges associated with its burning. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Following the marching orders for decarbonization, 3 distinct pathways are to be followed. Continuation of the fossil fuel path with carbon capture, which was covered by previous speaker from ABB. Another path is with carbon neutral fuels like biofuels and electrosynthetic fuels. And last but not least is the path of the carbon-free, the so-called carbon-free fuels like ammonia and hydrogen. Unfortunately, both of them have high ignition temperatures and they are not carbon-free because they need pilot fuel in order to burn. To what percentage is still under investigation. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Ammonia today is produced primarily to be used as a fertilizer, refrigerant, pharmaceuticals, but mostly 80% in the fertilizer industry. If in the future the whole global fleet will utilize ammonia, we would need to increase the global production by about 3.5 times due to the lower energy content of ammonia compared to HFO. Next, please. We characterize ammonia with colors. Brown ammonia is the one that is produced with a traditional Haber-Bosch method, a classic method, and it is associated with a lot of energy consumption. It is done with putting together hydrogen and nitrogen under temperature and pressure and a catalyst. Brown ammonia, though, is remarkable to note that is responsible for 1% of the global carbon dioxide emissions. This 180 million tons. Blue ammonia is again brown ammonia, but with the carbon capture, which slowly but firmly comes into the scene. And last but not least is green ammonia, which is produced from renewable energy sources. Of course, this has its costs. Green ammonia costs about 3.5 to 4 times more than the brown ammonia. Next, please. Why use ammonia as a fuel? First of all, there is a lot of experience in handling and transportation of ammonia. We have low RPM internal combustion engines, which are ideal match for the slow burning ammonia. Its combustion products are nitrogen, NOx, and water. It liquefies easily, relatively easily, at minus 33 degrees in atmospheric pressure. It has low energy density comparable to methanol. It is not flammable or explosive. The main problem with ammonia is its toxicity and corrosivity. Also, we need to abate the NOx emissions. Next, please. Ammonia causes stress corrosion cracking in carbon manganese and nickel steels. Note that carbon manganese steels is a recent innovation in fabricating storage tanks and at a relatively lower cost. The yield strength of the steels to be used for ammonia containment must not exceed 355 megapascal. Also, the maximum carriage temperature for this type of steels is minus 20 degrees Celsius. So we would like to go with fully refrigerated carriage. Ammonia must contain at least 0.1% in weight water under controlled oxygen content. Next, please. Ships carrying or burning ammonia must have redundant detectors. Ventilation and purging are also needed. Ammonia pipes must be located outside the collision and grounding risk area that is depicted in this slide. And ammonia piping must pass via unmanned spaces and controlled by remotely operated valves. Next. Ammonia does not want to burn. It has very low flame speed and high ignition temperature. It may need a significant percentage of pilot fuel, which may take away the carbon-free benefit. When it ignites, though, it has high knocking tolerance. Next, please. Ammonia combustion will yield NOx and an abatement is needed. A potential combustion product is the intoxicating laughing gas, which is a very potent greenhouse gas, 300 times worse than carbon dioxide. And I do not want to scare you, but literature also reports the potential for emission of hydrogen cyanide. Next, please. Ammonia has low energy density. It requires more storage space, more than 2 times more than HFO. Given the suitability of a fully refrigerated storage tank, like its thermodynamic cousin, the LPG, attractive solutions for its carriage might be the prismatic type A and B tanks or membrane tanks. Next, please. We may blend ammonia with hydrogen, which burns faster. We call it hydrogen doping. Hydrogen can be obtained from cracking ammonia with an endothermic reaction, utilizing energy from the exhaust gases. The remaining ammonia is then driven to the engines, blended with hydrogen. Due to the knocking problems of hydrogen, spark ignition engines must be used instead of compression ignition. Next, please. Like it was discussed by previous speakers, ammonia can be utilized in fuel cells either directly or cracked to get hydrogen for the fuel cell. Producing and then decomposing ammonia introduces significant inefficiencies. Some people view ammonia as the ideal storage carrier for hydrogen, but we would like to note that the amount of energy needed to compose ammonia from hydrogen and nitrogen and then crack it to get hydrogen is about the same like the energy required to liquefy the hydrogen. Next, please. Many challenges must be overcome. Cheap, large-scale synthesis of ammonia with renewable sources is sine qua non. Public acceptance of ammonia with assurance of safety. We need to abate the resulting NOx emissions and potential laughing gas and other poisonous gases, as well as unburned ammonia, also known as ammonia slip. We have the problem of toxicity and corrosivity. And the amount of pilot fuel needed remains to be seen. Next, please. What is the way forward? Consider, of course, like the previous speakers mentioned, emissions from well to wake. Techno-economic studies must be performed. IGC code prevents use of a fuel which is toxic. This gap in the code can and must be closed. Safety of crew and vessel must be ensured. But last but not least, its sustainable availability must be ensured. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, John, for the very nice presentation on ammonia's pros and cons. Our next speaker will be Mr. Antonis Strakakis. Antonis graduated in Mechanical Engineering School of National Technical University of Athens, and he also carried out graduate studies in von Karman Institute for Fluid Dynamics. Antonis is the technical manager of RINA, and his presentation will be Roadmap to 2050, Fuel Challenges for Shipping. 10 minutes, Antonis, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a privilege to be in this panel, and I think I will agree in many topics with previous speakers. Can we please have our first slide, the introduction? Ladies and gentlemen, Kalispera. Thank you very much for joining us in an effort for a holistic approach to 2050 and beyond. Next, please. Decarbonization is not anymore a noble dream, but has become a demanding reality. Shipping emits less than 3% of global CO2 emissions, but belongs to a group of sectors like steel and cement, where decarbonization will be slow and capital intensive. Shipping plays an instrumental role in the well-being of the society, but sadly, most people seem not to appreciate this. And as a result, the contribution of shipping is practically invisible. Good reason that most of the shipping customers have little appetite for the additional costs required to reduce our emissions. Next, please. Studies suggest that even after 1,000 years from its emission, 20% of CO2 will still remain in the atmosphere. Also, the temperature on Earth would continue to rise and reach a maximum of 20 years. The spirit of IMO strategy should be seen in line with this behavior. The task is not to simply have 2050. A constant reduction is necessary throughout the coming years. Otherwise, the effect of already accumulated CO2 will seriously compromise. New fuel is not an academic exercise and is far from being easy. Ships are long-life, capital-intensive assets designed and built for fuels with high energy density. When the ships that will be ordered in coming years reach the end of their service life, they will have to cope with very not easy. And we cannot really argue that ships can be replaced early, as we do with our cars. Quite clearly, there is no space for trial and error in the selection of new fuel, meaning it can be used in the refinery industry, and its production generates CO2 emissions equivalent to that of shipping. Hydrogen has become important because it is an option better than batteries to store the intermittent renewable energy in order to be used. Transportation is not so easy, then it will be difficult that hydrogen will become a fuel for shipping. Ammonia is a hydrogen carrier. The use of hydrogen as an energy carrier in sectors which cannot absorb the renewable energy directly for reducing their stubborn CO2 emissions. It is not therefore